So we have a lot to check out today. So let's get to it. Let's do the intro as usual. So welcome to episode 100 and what is it today? 53 of the Art School live streams. I think it's 53. Let's check out some art. So a little bit of context, for those that might be watching this a little bit later, months later on YouTube, maybe wondering, this stream looks like it's going to be a long one. 8 hours. What the heck kind of video is that? Well, that would be because it's a little different than the usual videos. This is or for you, it'll be a replay of the Art School live streams. So, but yeah, for everybody here, obviously, it's just another weekly feedback session. So, so yeah, if you want to learn more about the program in question, the art program in question, you can find more information down in the description below. I think that's it. Let's get started. All right. Starting with Constantine here. Coco. I think you've seen the same drawing from me enough times. That's why this week I decided to surprise you with something new. This is my original skin for Nami, Guardian of the Oasis Kingdom. I have a whole story, like a legend behind the skin, but I will share it later. So I'll be happy to hear feedback on the whole design. I tried to create a lot of repetitive elements, as you advised me. I have an idea for splash art, so expect it soon. Hell yeah. Man, I'm drinking too much. I'm gonna have to take a... That's really good design, dude. So, what can we talk about here? This is nothing really specific. I just wanted to hear the whole design. So design-wise, let's see what kind of elements that we have in here. Kind of shape language. So a lot of like floral elements, a lot of metallic trims, a lot of color. So yeah. All right. So the feedback will be, I mean, it relates to the design, of course, but a little bit about the colors. Not so much the color choice, but more about how you use your colors in the whole design. Staff still work in progress. Gotcha. Constanti. Got it. I'll just say Coco. It's more fun to say. Yeah, so colors a little bit, and then shape language. Shape language is pretty good. Yeah, maybe. So let's start with that. Let's start with the shape language. One thing that attracts attention, attracts a lot of attention away from the focal point of the character. Usually it's going to be the face of the character. Excuse me. We usually want to have as many types of contrast as possible around that area, and so like this whole thing actually, like the amount of detail that you have here, and just the quantity of exciting colors that you have down there, this kind of pulls a lot of the attention away from that focal point. So I would either recommend that you, and this kind of ties in with the colors and talking about the tail part here, maybe like toning down those colors a little bit so that they are at least not as flashy as those, because usually we try to like what works really best and what works really well in design is to have kind of all the exciting things diminish as they get away from the focal points, so that you don't have exciting things everywhere on the character. So you really make it obvious where people should look at. They'll look at what's exciting, and so if you have a lot of really cool, exciting colors, cool details down here, like the people and myself including, I'm noticing myself doing a lot of that when looking at this design here, is spending a lot of time in this area here, like looking at this stuff a lot, at the expense of the more important bits, I feel. So one thing that you could do is introduce gradients. So gradients always nice to guide the eyes. Let's say you go from somewhere dark to somewhere light, kind of guiding the eye towards the light, so to speak. And so here you could do kind of the same thing. So maybe everything that's down here is a little bit less light, a little bit less saturation also maybe. less contrast, and then you keep all of that for the important areas. Maybe we could try to tone down those colors here a little bit, or maybe just darken them. That should do pretty much the same thing. Let me try to select only this area. There we go. Multiply. Maybe hard light. The blue's pretty intense. I think I'm gonna have to straight up paint this over it. Yeah, let's undo that. And take the saturation level that you have here versus that one. Yeah, that's a little bit less here. So you could tone down the tail a lot by just desaturating your yellows. Kind of using the same colors, but much less saturated. A little bit darker maybe too. Towards the tip here, like at the, if you want to keep, you know, like let's say she's flapping the tail and you want that to have like cool colors. Towards the tip, you can leave a little bit. But it'd be kind of like it's overall not having too much of it. So maybe at the ends here, you could get back that saturation, just in small quantities. But overall, it doesn't distract too much. And then you can also do the opposite for everything else that's up here. So crank up the saturation, crank up the contrast for everything that's closer to the focal point, so that this stands out even more in contrast to the lower part of our body. And then talking about the those details in here, yeah, it would just be a matter of just toning those down. So like the quantity will play a big role here. You have a lot up there around the face, but it's, you know, hidden by her hair. So just visually speaking, like the weight of this here is more as a result. We can see more of it. So I would just tone that down maybe a little bit more. I don't know how much would be enough. I might also recommend that you make your, like, the width of those details maybe a little bit bigger, so we can see them more. Because when we look at the character full screen like this, you know, to get the tail in, it's a lot harder to see those smaller details, like the trims around the breast pads here, those things here on the side. They were just a little bit thicker, maybe more like this thickness. It's like a consistent thickness everywhere. How thick is that? Something like that. Yeah, just a little bit thicker, so we can see those details better. And generally speaking, keep more of those details up there, fewer down here. So yeah, getting rid of a bunch more here, or maybe it's just it covers the same area, but it's just a lot less detail on the inside. You know, I don't know exactly how much I would want. That doesn't look good, but yeah, just less of it. Yeah, other than that, as just a quick suggestion, but try to stay away from that color for backgrounds for your design sheets. Like mid-gray, that's like danger zone. Like that never looks too good. So either pick very light gray or much darker gray. So kind of right here, like 25% light, 25% dark, maybe even lighter than that. Usually it's gonna make your character pop a lot more, and it's just a lot more aesthetic. Because gray here, there's a much greater chance that it's going to be closer to the values of your character, and therefore kind of just merging the character's values and the background value together, and not making it pop. We don't want that. But yeah, I'll stop here. So hope that helps. But let's move on to the next one here. Really cool. So really looking forward to see how you finish that up. Very nice. Moving on to Ryan the Learner. Save. Okay. Fantasy pose fantasy potion concepts. Look at that presentation. All right. I am doing great. Ryan, hope you're well too. So you sent me off 2 weeks ago to work more on my lines, but I also took it as a sign to just make sure my work was integrating in standard. And I ended up having to uninstall Instagram because I was too obsessed with the numbers. With a fresh head, I've begun to work on some new props, and I feel like the new quality is such a step up from my past work. Though I was wondering if you could help me with the perspective on these options. That's man, I wish I could do that. Get rid of Instagram, or get rid of posting online for a while, forever. Maybe not forever, but like for a long time. That's a fantasy for me. Unfortunately, all my business revolves around that, so it's not gonna happen. But wouldn't that be nice? And last thing as well, I'm happy to tell I managed to secure myself a mentorship. This has been a long journey for me so far, but it feels like I'm definitely on track to become a more senior student. Mentorship. Ooh, where though? Who is the mentor? But that's awesome. And so help me with the perspective. All right, let's get to it. Retire? What a fun concept. There's no retirement for our generation. Get out of here. We're gonna work until we die. Although I don't really mind this kind of work, just sitting at a computer, doing art, reviewing art. I certainly don't mind. Although, yeah, a little bit of a break sometimes would be nice. But no, I'll relax when I'm old. The perspective on these, I see what you mean. All right. So yeah, there's a few things, but overall, it looks pretty good. Like I didn't notice any problem until I paid closer attention. It's pretty damn close. So for this one here, the first one, let's say, start with that. The only thing that will really matter will be those curves here, and making sure that they are all the same. So that circumference, that loop around the sphere, you'll want to start with one and then use the same one here for everything else. So for the base also, like unless you want to introduce 3-point perspective in here, but for small objects, like it's always easier to just do them in like isometric views where there's no perspective distortion at all. So and then yeah, so if that was the angle for the big ring, you'd want something identical for the base here. So if that was it, that wouldn't be quite on the money. Pretty close, but not quite. And then for the tip of it, the tip of the bottle, that'd be the same idea too. So the same kind of loop, not too fat, not too thin, exactly the same loop, just scaled down. So I'll make sure that's the case. I don't think it is. Like I feel like this ellipse here, this one is maybe like slightly off compared to these two. Like yeah, might be better if it were more like that angle. That's too much. Like when you look at it up like this, upright, feels like the tip is a little crooked. So that's that for this one. Otherwise, really nice colors, nice shine to it. Although I will say like the tip here feels a little bit more like brushed glass. Is that even a thing? Etched glass? Compared to the super shiny surface of the bottle here. Maybe doing something similar, keeping that more or less dark and focusing just on one tiny point, like just one line around the rim here. Make that more shiny. It's the same kind of shine. Yeah, for this one here, the middle one, much less work needed here. Probably not, yeah, not much at all. But once again, it'd just be a matter of making sure that all these squares here in perspective are all the same. And the ones that influence the structure of the container. So the base here, making sure all of that, like the center here of that square, is centered with the bottle itself. Making sure that those two centers here line up, more like all of them. Oops. Making sure that all of them line up. Actually, let's see, you have one down here too. Making sure everything is on the same line, that you'll know that your bottle is symmetrical. But yeah, that one looks pretty good. Maybe just like a little bit off, but probably hard to pick up on that. So it's a little lower. That would help. Yeah, like color-wise, you know, I'm just talking about the perspective, since that's what you asked about. But color-wise, you did a really good job here. It's a beautiful mix of colors. If anything, maybe I would like desaturate this so that what's inside the potion is more important than the container. Maybe whatever. It doesn't make much difference. It's just more like a personal taste. Whatever. Here though, come on, man. You can rotate that text properly. What is this? Going. There we go. And then maybe it's a little faded in some places because they just used a pencil. And then for this one here, I feel like this one is not done. I'm guessing like the base is like a diamond, but like the base would be something like that, right? Is that what I'm getting here? In any case, just make sure that whatever your base is, when you transform it into in perspective, that the top here kind of does the same thing. That's not at all the same bottle, but you know, that's kind of how you construct it. Anyways, what the hell's Ryan? Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it's just like this thing feels like it's going away from us, and then you have this thing here, and I'm thinking that the base of the potion is probably the same. What made me think that it continued back there is this is not centered with the base, right? So it's a little off center. So it suggests that if it were centered, that this would need, like if it were centered, it would probably need to continue back there, something like that. And then this point, if you bring it down, it'd be more towards the center. Maybe even further back. Undo. Come on, something like this maybe. That's kind of the volume that I was imagining. So if that's not the case, just make sure that that you do this process here, even with a triangle. So if it's triangle, you want to make sure that right down the middle, that the triangle up here is not going to be like too much to the side, because otherwise it makes it feel like it's not straight. You know, it's kind of like a tilted triangle. This is it. This way, there's balance. Very nice. Very nice materials. Moving on to Aria. Save this. Pop a new layer. I'm practicing better habits now, so I don't have to undo a bunch of stuff. Pop a new layer every time. Saves me time. over time. What's up, Aria? So I hope you and your loved ones are doing. Yes, we are. Thank you. Hope you too. As you can see, I took a shot at more of a landscape type of work here, inspired by your recent YouTube art school class. I wanted to create a nice spring day at Seaside Cliff with two sisters enjoying a little picnic, seen in frame but not as the main focus. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it before I start adding the further details and cleaning process. I was trying to create an impressive big willow at the end cliff, but it starts looking wonky when I try to make it look like that. A willow? I don't know what a willow is. Let me Google that. I feel like I should know. Oh, like a big... Oh, I see. Yeah, there we go. That's the tree right there. There we go. How do you create something big without making it seem out of proportion? I was also wondering how you get the creativity to fill the plain, grassy areas without repeating too many of the same elements. I noticed when moving back a plane, it became increasingly difficult to come up with natural-looking things to add to the scene. Well, the good news here is that with distance, you know, we can see fewer details, so you don't need to add as much stuff. You just want to treat the background as something that has less details. So that would include the trees. So if you have like trees like this, I would definitely not. Well, yeah, like if for me, I would have probably simplified these leaves here so that it doesn't look like like you have a lot of details here, a lot of frequency of details. You can see the individual blades of grass. Back there, we can't anymore. That's good. You know, it's further back. We can see a little bit. It's a little fuzzy, but that's about right. And then back here, we can't really see much. Back there, it seems pretty much flat. And then the tree here would kind of go towards the same direction as well. So where you can see the leaves in front there, back here you can't really see the leaves anymore. You see more like the clumps of leaves. And then back there, in the far distance, probably wouldn't see you probably would see even less. So it'd be more of more like a silhouette maybe of a tree. Now what's gonna sell this scale is gonna be a lot of stuff that's around it. So right now you have rocks. That's a good one to use. You can have rocks here, rocks that are approximately the same size. So let's say you have it in the foreground, maybe like a bunch of big ones. And we understand that they're pretty big because there's a few of them. It's not like one is big and the other one is small. No, everything in the foreground here, big rocks. And then that's just an example. It kind of looks like, it doesn't look too good now, but just as an example, here we have another rock in the middle ground, but they're getting smaller, right? Because they're further away. And then back here, if you have those same rocks, like we understand the scale of those rocks, they're about this big. So if we see them as that big in the far distance, then we're like, oh, that's really far. Oh, I see. So that tree is really, really in the far distance, really back there. So that's one way to sell scale. Usually scale is always relative. So you want to have other things to have the tree be compared to, essentially. It could be in the rocks here as well, like on the side of the cliff. Maybe the frequency of the details here is a lot more. Maybe you have a lot more details in those rocks versus maybe stuff that you have in the foreground here. It could be other trees. You know, let's say you have like these trees up here in the foreground. Those are nice. Maybe slap them in the back as well. Just a smaller version of them. Maybe in the far distance, they're like this big, next to the rocks. We're going to saturate them because they're in the far back. You don't have as much values to play with. Much lighter. Could probably do a little smudgy action here to remove some of those details, but while keeping kind of the silhouette. Before, after. And that would yeah, help us understand that, oh, it's a pretty big tree in comparison. So it's just adding a bunch of other stuff like that. So it kind of ties in with your other question in a sense, how to populate, how to fill up such a big area. Well, let's take a look at references. So let's look up like a planes and see what kind of details we have in here. Because for big areas, there's always going to be, nothing is ever flat. This is going to be either like some dead grass patches somewhere, some other areas where the grass is nice and tall, maybe other areas where the grass is like small, or maybe it's not much grass, maybe it's like other types of weeds. Maybe you could have, I mean, the ground itself is never flat also. So you look at this example here, you know, in the far distance, you're gonna have a bunch of small mountains. Up close, you might think that everything is flat. But yeah, when you look at this at the horizon with a lot of distance, then you start to notice, oh yeah, the ground is actually kind of wavy. So you can add a lot of those things. So this is more man-made, but just like this, you know, like a lot of little cliffs here, boing, 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 and just the frequency increases with distance. And here too, pretty flat the ground, but we still have a lot of variety in like the textures in here, with different tones of different colors too, like some brown, some more like whitish colors, some green, light green, a little bit like dirt. So all of that stuff usually looks pretty good. So yeah, go back here and just add a lot of that stuff, and again, that would have helped the tree scale. If you have, because you have a bunch of these little hills in the foreground here, so if you add a bunch more back there. Kind of stuff always helps. It also helps to visualize kind of the volume of the mountain, of that plane. Kind of indicate that it kind of goes up and then down again. If it gets flatter towards the top here, maybe it doesn't, but you know, in my case it does. And yeah, a little bit of these, making the ground uneven. And then that gives you a lot of little like rolling hills to add a bunch of stuff behind, going by, you know, the tutorial once again. So we could have this kind of stuff, and then the frequency increases with distance, the size as well. Yeah, so you can have more or less of that. You know, if you have more, it pushes the scene back even more, makes it feel more deep. If you don't have as much, it brings it a little closer. But yeah, so that plus maybe a little bit of a hue change in here. Like let's take that green, shift it a little bit, something maybe more saturated in some areas, a little darker maybe. And just like the hills, you know, you want to have that frequency higher towards the top because it's farther back. Maybe going a little bit yellow. Maybe there's a patch of really bushy vegetation, like around the tree here, maybe side of the hills. So that kind of variety, you know, it helps to fill up an area. Inspire yourself by nature. You know, if you Google that kind of stuff, planes a good thing to Google, because it's usually, you know, you associate planes with stuff that kind of boring. It's pretty flat, not much to it. But in reality, there's a lot to it. There's a lot of detail to that you can copy and use for your own environment. So yeah. Anyways, hope that helps. Arya. But yeah, in here, other than that, I think we get a pretty good value. What's the word? Not value decrease, but like a decrease in contrast with depth. Let's see. So maybe you could push that some more, you know, because it goes pretty dark here. Not much darker in the foreground. So maybe all your foregrounds, middle ground maybe too, could be a little bit more contrasting. Let's try that real quick. I think the tree is fine, but everything else in here, a little bit more contrast. It would bring it closer to us and make the back feel more distant. Maybe something like this, and then these two planes here, very similar values. So you'll want to make that a bit more different. One way that you could do, like if they're meant to be pretty close, could just add a little bit of mist closer to the ground, just humidity. So in this case, it'll be just a little whiter. That's kind of what I do in the environment class. That always helps to separate the planes. And back here as well. So before, after. So it's just like pushing that contrast level in the foreground, a little bit more in the middle ground too. And you can further push that by just working on your details. So, you know, here, like at the base of this plant, maybe it's not a whole lot of light that can escape, so it just gets a lot darker. Drawing outside of the canvas here. Same here at the base. Maybe those little flowers cast a little bit of shadow. It's darker maybe. On the side here of the trail. And yeah, so basically that kind of stuff here. So darkening your shadows. Whenever you have opportunities to go add more shadows, increase the contrast in the foreground, do it. Same thing here, you know, maybe at the base of this rock, maybe just a little bit darker than the rocks that are further back. That kind of stuff. So yeah, well, that helps. Moving on to Preston. Is the Netherlands this flat? Not plans, planes. You look at this. That's flat. that the Netherlands? I mean, here, there you go. You have some grass there, like some patterns in the grass, right? These lines, different shades. But maybe there are better references. Yep, indeed. So, Preston, my week went great. Hope yours did as well. So this week was very productive. For me, I worked on the librarian mage character more, made the changes you recommended, as well as worked on the back view. Are there any fixes I can make on her? And I started on a found piece for fun, but I think the hands look weird, so he's supposed to be pulling on his color. Dude here. Pulling on his color. Yeah, like how would the hand be when you do that? Like probably something like this. Probably not that, you know? So if you're pulling on something, usually you use your thumb against your index for stuff that's, you know, like close or so you're usually not going to use the whole hand for that. So yeah, it'll be just those two fingers. So yeah, maybe like this pose there, something like that. Just a fist, essentially. And then maybe like the index kind of breaking the fist shape in front of the fabric, and then you have the kind of the fabric sticking in there. Yeah, that was a lot better. Love the color change in here. Proportions. I think the only thing that throws me off a little bit with her proportions, it feels better, but it really feels like she's got like no hips at all, but like in a medically concerning way. Not in a sexy way. Like her waist goes in here, and then there's just not a whole lot of space for the pubis and the hips here. Yeah, I would probably recommend that you push this up a bit, like the point at which her coat kind of starts to flare out. Maybe just a little higher would fix it, so we can imagine that. Oh yeah, that's her hips right here. It starts. And then her waist is not too long as a result. I think that would work better. Like it's already better on the back view. So if you were to take this whole thing here, for example, let's see, maybe it worked already. I don't know. So now this one would work now that I've made the adjustments. It would fit better now. Otherwise that wouldn't fit. So it's just essentially doing more of that. So making that work a little bit better. Just pushing the hips up for the main one here. The other two are fine. And like color-wise, I would definitely try to adjust what's happening down here. Really can't see anything. So whatever it is, just adding a little bit more contrast. Maybe adding a little bit of gray so we can see on the inside here. What's happening? And since the I was gonna say, like, these loops feel a little strange compared to the other ones. Maybe the angle. Maybe the angle is a little off. But yeah, I think the structure of the leg here is a little noodly. Doing. Instead, you'd want more, like a clearer break. in here, and probably from this angle, I think that leg would be sticking out in front of that flap. I'm not exactly sure if it's supposed to be in or not, but it would most likely come out. It would have the knee like this, and then the leg kind of going back in. And then I would probably have to lift the foot a bit here, have it start sooner. Because otherwise she's got some gnarly long lower legs. Yeah. Because remember, you know, this leg is bent. This they're trying to go to the same spot. This one goes there directly. No detours, nothing. This one's like, wee, I'm gonna go that way. Oh, never mind, changed my mind. And so it should run out of space at some point because it took a detour. So it's just that, you know, that length that we want to maintain. I think that might work better if you lift the heel here. So she got like a little bit of a platform to her shoe. Like heels, basically. Because then the heel in this case here would be a little higher, and then the shoe would be able to still go as low, but because there's a heel in there, the lower leg wouldn't have to be as long. So yeah, I think something like that might work better, rather than like a flat boot, flat shoe. Either that or just make the legs slightly shorter. And then yeah, the hands. So design-wise, I don't think I have much, to be honest. It's just anatomy. It's a little bit of proportions. For the first one, the other two look good, but in here their hands look a little strange, like probably too big, especially compared to her. Like this illustration here, this drawing makes her feel really tall and slender, because also she's got like really small hands. But now here she's got bigger hands, she's a little thicker. So yeah, just making sure that you keep that in line so that it's all the same character. So smaller hands here, maybe a little bit more structure to the hands. And more like a relaxed pose, you know, like, instead of opening your hands like this. Just chilling. And then in the back here, you know, you have the back view seen from the side. You'll have shoulders and back, waists, and glutes. Back of the butt. And so if the light is shining from above, you're gonna get some highlights on the shoulders. Yes, check. Not much here in the back because it's kind of going against the light source, but here again, now we start to have a little bit more surface to capture that light. And so as a result, highlights here as well. Yeah, and dark, the boots are too dark. Make them a little lighter. Avoid black at all costs. Anything that's even black, you know, if it's a black fabric under a light source, black's never gonna look black. It's always gonna be a little bit more like light brown, saturated light brown. Always avoid blacks unless it's like in the deeper details, like in between here, the belt and her little flappy thing in the front, or under the armpits, or like in deeper fold. Other than that, yeah, stay away from pure black in your end result. On the health person. Moving along. Jujutsu Kaisen fans, hell yeah, Fuad. Come on, man. Amazing anime. You would have to be crazy not to like it. Literally crazy. Alessandro. Alright. So, I modified my hero shape until it perfectly suited my tastes. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. That's yeah, it's a lot of really cool design elements in here. Alright. So I tried to make 3 versions of my characters. I'm not sure if it has to be influenced by the hero shape at this point. I tried a little, but I'll definitely push it further once I'll draw it for real. At this point, so only what you can see, only what you're using at this point. So what you're playing around with here are like silhouettes, right? So the big details. And so you do the same thing with your hero shape here. So the silhouette of your character, I mean, should be influenced by the silhouette of your hero shape. Like if you chose that shape here, that means that's something that you liked, you know, it was part of your set of references. So that shape here is pretty dominant in your hero shape. And so, yeah, you would most likely have that in one way or another present in your design. So it could be just as a whole, you know, it could be the whole character has this shape or something similar. Maybe it's like 2 of these, you know, for maybe just looking at the shape, not looking at the details on the inside, of course. But maybe that's your character here. Maybe you like that, and then the body is gonna be like a similar shape once again, something like this. Hands, and then the legs. All kind of inspired by the same shape, right? So that shape here may be like flattened or like scaled up vertically or horizontally. A good way to do this, you know, is just make it all black. Not like that. Come on, selection. Stop screwing around. There we go. Now, darken it so it's just a silhouette, and then play around with that. You know, you can like stretch it out here, deform it a little bit, as long as it kind of retains approximately the same-ish shape, or that's inspired by the same shape. Those are all shapes that you could use to build your character with. That could be the shoulders, that could be the, I don't know, like some spikes around the helmet here. It could be part of the belt, it could be part of the chest armor, it could be many things. But yeah, you should definitely inspire yourself from your hero shape at this stage. Just get inspired by whatever you're tackling now. So if you're tackling silhouette, use the silhouette. Any advice on how to choose the right one? Yeah, we have 3 characters in here. How to choose the right one? Usually it's going to be the one that excites you the most. If you have a bunch of options, you know, always go by those that you feel not as inspired about. So let's say you have like a long lineup, let's say like 10 of them or 20 of them. You can usually pretty easily like discard those that don't stand out as much. Like, all right, that one's out, that one's out, that one's out. They might still be cool, but compared to the other ones, maybe not as cool. And then when you narrow it down to like 3, like this, or if you only have 3, which one gets you more excited to push it to final? Right, that's the only question that I ask myself. Like if I were to start on this one here, my level of excitement would be out of 10, how many? All right, then this one, and then this one, and just go with the one that has the most interest. What makes good characters? Are their hooks first, then their shape language. So what at this stage here, maybe picking the character that is the most obvious what he's about. Like this one here, it could be a knight, but on land as well as in the water. Like there's not enough maybe that tells us that he's a water knight, whatever that is. This one here a little bit more obvious, and like this shape here, the trident, that's a lot more associated with stuff from the ocean. So right off the bat, I think this one here really screams like it's on the water. Successful. This one here also has like nice shapes that you don't really see on land usually. A little bit more, like coral inspired maybe. But not as much as this one. Now I'll say that this one has just more detail, so it's currently more pleasing to look at. It's just more stuff. It's more fleshed out. But in terms of and it's just a weapon too, right? So like you could use this design with that weapon, because that's mostly what makes me think about the water. It's just what he's holding. If he didn't have that, it'd be pretty equivalent to the other ones. So you can try switching out their weapons. Maybe this one would look cool with a trident, or maybe he's got like two trident-looking weapons instead of like a sword. Maybe they're like a trident sword, like it's essentially forks. So he's fighting with a bunch of forks. Yeah, but they're not as big. Or maybe something cool but inspired from that. Or maybe he's got like a big trident. Or maybe he's got two of them. Or maybe he's got like a double trident. But yeah, think of the hook first. So what and that's good to ask around too, like for your family, to your friends, like what they think this guy's about in isolation without telling them anything. What they think about that guy. What is he about? And then see if their answer aligns more with what you were thinking. But yeah, I'm personally not as excited about this one, but those two I see a lot of potential. It's a little bit different, a little bit unique. Yeah, maybe with slapping a bunch of these shapes here, or like these deformed shapes based on your hero shape on their armor somewhere. Maybe that could make them even more unique. And that helps. A few things to think about. Food for thoughts. The left, so a lot of people talking about the left one. But maybe that's because it's just more detail, right? He's got like all this stuff on the inside. Let's make them equal. Take this, all that out. Because this guy doesn't have much. Would you say it's still the number one? I don't know. I think the level of detail might be influencing your choice. Maybe not, but that's why, like don't add too much details on the inside. Focus more on the silhouette so that you can really not get distracted by something else. Anyways, let's move on to Dennis. What's up, Dennis? All right, so sister asked me to draw her using this reference. All I have is the sketch so far. I'm not that good at drawing fabric just yet, so if you could offer me some advice, that'd be great. Feel free to point out any anatomical issue. Right on. Your sister's about to be more famous than she thought. When this goes on YouTube. So do I see construction lines in here? I think maybe that's what's missing. Maybe you did. Maybe you erased them at this point. But yes, like the number one thing that you and you're asking about fabric anyways. Anatomical issue as well. So yeah, anatomy wise, you would just start with looking at this pose overall and kind of just creating like a base character that follows that as best as possible. So shoulders, and then elbow, cylinder, the arm going that direction. This one here a little bit more to the side, maybe slightly going away from us. And the rest of the forearm, essentially just creating a construction for that character. And then after that, making sure that all the indications in here, all the guidelines that you would ever need. Where's the neck? And then clavicles, sternum, rib cage-ish, stomach, pelvis, pubis rather. And then you look up, and then you look at the character, and then you start to fine tune. All right, so maybe in here the hips a little bit more rotated. So I got that slightly wrong. And then that's where you kind of match with your reference a bit more. But try to be very selective in what you grab from your reference. Try to to fly on your own as much as possible. The construction, I think you're able to. I'm pretty sure you're able to do something similar. And after that, that's when you kind of finish everything up, wrap up the anatomy. All right, so cool, boom, boom. I'll take her here, and then kind of clean that up. And even if it's not, and the reason to do this is so that even if you're even if the anatomy is not like a one-to-one match with your reference, at least if you construct it well, it should have correct proportions. Like regardless how far or how close it is to your reference, if it's constructed well and construction follows like all the guidelines, you should have something by default that looks all right. And then it's just a matter of having it get to as close as possible to your reference. But looking at this here, I'd say maybe your the arms a little too short on your version. So this one here definitely goes a lot further out. That one too here. Made that waistline here. Pants a little higher, and but looking at the curve, it's the most important. Like what kind of curve is that? Is it curving down, curving up? Definitely curving down. So we're looking at her from a slightly higher point of view, more like we're at eye level, but when you look at the waist, then you're higher. You look down at the waist. So a slight curve here. Other than that, dude, is very well done. So yeah, the next one here that I would personally suggest that you add is just that I think the neck is a little shorter than that as well. Maybe not as thick. And then that's that kind of symmetry line here, so that you really understand what's in front, what's the front, what's the side, how in front is it. And this way, if you have something in the center here, you can line up like the details on both sides of the body a little bit easier, because you have that line to kind of guide yourself. And then about fabric, fabric is tricky in here because it's a pattern on the shirt. So like there are a bunch of folds in here, but it's a little hard to spot them. But this is also like a pretty skin tight fabric, skin tight like cut for the shirt. So you're not gonna get too much in the other areas, like the areas where there's some flexion or like some folding action, like around the forearm here. You're gonna get a bunch of these tiny folds. And the sleeves, maybe like at the end of the sleeves where it's a little bit loose, you're gonna get some of that stuff here. But maybe don't consider that. Maybe just consider it like pretty skin tight at the wrist. Around the shoulders here, you're gonna get some fabric that gets bunched up together at the top here, right on top of the trapezius. So here. Other than that, yeah, maybe a little bit of fold here going into the arm from the back. But not a whole lot more than that. Everything else is pretty flat. Maybe here, like some fabric kind of around the collar, kind of that kind of stuff, you know, little flap. But yeah, for your folds, when it comes to that, just go very light. Just make sure that you have the right shape first for the whole thing, and then you can add a little bit of folds. And here, none of the folds are really shape silhouette defining, anyways. So yeah, you can kind of just ignore them until the very end, which is good. Less stuff to worry about. And for the pants here, there's really not a whole lot. You know, like no folds really. There's not any tension at this point. So like the pants are gonna be pretty easy. And here, maybe you have a little bit of a fold right there. Yeah, not a whole lot. So a few here around on top of the shoulders. Any time you have your arms up, you're gonna get those folds, and then you're gonna get a little bit of tension all the way to the back because this pulls towards, you know, this pulls this way. You're gonna get some here where the arm bends. That's about it. So yeah, and even if you don't, even if you don't use this particular reference for those folds, which you can totally do, right? You can use the same pose here, but use folds. Maybe that's from a reference that you took. Let's say you have a shirt and you just want to figure out like something that's a little clearer, maybe like what happens to the folds here when you go in the same pose. Because it's kind of hard to see here, especially the shading is a little hard to spot. So yeah, personally, I might recommend that you take another photo of yourself in that same pose. Gotta be funny too. But just so that you can maybe look at the folds a little bit better. You know, you don't have to do those folds exactly. You just have to do folds that look good. That's all. So when the reference doesn't cut it, just get a better reference. Or maybe this reference all you need. Anyways, hold the house. Moving on to Gailey. Yeah, there's a lot of people from the Netherlands, like disproportionately more than other places for some reason. Like in the program, artists I know. So I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, so Gailey, I did have a good week. Hope you did as well. So I've been working on the 3-point perspective assignment again. As you can see, I changed most of the almost the entire design from what I had last week to this new concept. Whoa. Oh snaps. That is quite different. Woo. Ooh. Right. Well, that looks a lot better. It's almost like you went from the like the Nintendo 64 version to the PlayStation 2 version. A lot more definition, a lot more details, a lot more polygons in there. Obviously, there's no polygons, but yeah, I like this a lot better. It makes a lot more sense, I think. Yeah, this felt like I said last week, like more like wells. You know, it could have easily been transformed into something else, but this works really well. Yeah, love all of that. It really solidifies the perspective. Same deal with these details here for the Ethereum Palace. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look at the Ethereum logo. It's basically that. That's why. That was good. So it's not yet finished. Let's have to work on the gate, the towers, small details, and basic shading. Question: the two towers near the gate will be bell towers, but I have a hard time drawing the bells in the 3-point perspective. Don't need advice for that. Bells, yes. Yes. So kind of similar to what I mentioned earlier to Ryan, but for bells, you know, like you would first, just like anything that's circular, first trace a bounding box for it, like the square. So let's see, I'm just gonna eyeball it. Let's say that's your square, and then you want the bell to be so let's say that's gonna be the base of the bell here. I'm gonna draw an ellipse in here. Beautiful. And then yeah, so to find kind of where the top would what the top would look like, is obviously the curve's not gonna be the same. It's in 3-point perspective, so everything that's further away from us is a little bit more distorted, and so this curve here is gonna appear flatter than the curve that's up there. Yeah, you would just kind of measure the same thing based on your vanishing lines here, vanishing from your vanishing point, and draw the same kind of square up here based on the same lines. Yeah, let's say something like that. Very approximated, but so the only thing that you would want to do now that you have, like, let's say 2 squares like this, 2 container squares, just want to make sure that you line them up. So X mark the spot, line up those two, the center here, so that they're all on the same line. Right now they aren't. Make sure that they are. And if that's, like, of course you would want to make sure that that's the case first, you know, before kind of tracing everything, because now I just moved it. I would need to readjust I would need to remeasure everything, but I just nudged it a little bit, so probably nobody's gonna notice. And then yeah, then you can do the same thing up here, trace the ellipse there, and then you have the top of your bell. You can kind of connect the dots here, boing. And if you want to add more details up there, you just do the same process again. Maybe like a dome up here. Some more lines, more details line. Although, like, the in-betweens here, you can probably just eyeball those. Don't need to measure them again. It just has to be like a curve that's in between that curve and in between that curve. So more curve than that one, less curve than that one. Should be able to fool most people without having to actually construct it all. But that's the process. That would be the process for bell. I mean, this just looks like a lampshade, but yeah, you know. Maybe it's curved this way. Maybe it curves up. Like if it's just a circle up there, you don't even need to worry about it. You can just make it as round as you want. Doesn't matter. And just make sure that the opening here is constructed. Ding dong. That's how you would do it. And we definitely need to measure them, because yeah, they're in quite a different perspective here. Yeah. And then most of the basic shapes in this concept are made out of cubes, but I have one cylinder shaped tower in the top left corner. Does this attract too much attention away from the focal points? One cylinder shaped tower, that one here. Nah, think that one's fine. Good that you keep that in mind though. You know, if it were anywhere else than the background, maybe it would stand out too much. But yeah, in the far distance, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. So I think you're probably fine, unless you go crazy with it, you know, and like add a bunch of circular towers here, a bunch of details that go like this. They're also circular, kind of attached to it. Maybe some. Like if you really make this area scream a lot louder than it does, maybe, but as it is, even then, yeah, it's in the background. You know, you can almost do whatever you want in the background, as long as it's not too saturated. As long as you keep, you know, if you shade this, as long as you shade it, keeping in mind like atmosphere perspective. Woo! And so just desaturate it, make it lighter. We could probably even have like a dinosaur there, and it would still be fine. Because this is pretty intense, you know. It's pretty grand. It's you have all those lines converging to the same point. Like there's a lot of visual weight here, so it would take a lot more, I think, for that to be broken. I will say though, in your details, like avoid doing that stuff, because it's just not, it doesn't look that good. So when you have a lot of details, you don't need to draw all the details. You just need to simplify them in a way that kind of suggests those details. So maybe you draw just a few, or like the start of the stairs, of some of the stairs. So instead, maybe you could do something like this. So kind of like as if it's fuzzy, right? We can't see all the details. We get it that it's especially here with the sides, this is not straight. Don't have enough pixels here, but something like that would probably be enough. And not having to draw all the lines, just suggesting that they're there. Yeah, and maybe the same idea here, like these. I know you probably just copy pasted them, so not much extra work for you anyways. But yeah, you could probably get rid of those, with or without. You know, we didn't see them anyways. Those details just attracts less attention to those areas here that are just off the focal points. They get it. That looks good, really good. Very well constructed. I'm not seeing any issues here. Super subtle, but maybe like the curve here, like it curves a little too soon. I can have maybe that continue some more. Here as well, like continue it past kind of like the peak. I think here be the opposite, so have it stop a little sooner. But essentially, all you're doing here is just you take this one here, the big one, and it's just offset it a little bit. Remove all the stuff in the center. You just go like that. Damn keyboard behind my tablet. It's not working. Yeah, no, never mind. That doesn't work. Doesn't quite work because because it's further back in the scene, so you would have to push it down as well. Enough. Yeah, you're better off just drawing it. I don't think that's gonna save much time. But we should definitely be able to see a little bit more here at the bottom. Like here as well. Probably a little bit more. And here a little bit less. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's like a really foolproof way to get this right, rather than just just kind of eyeballing it. I'll think about that. I'll get back to you on that one. Maybe like sliding it and like doing something to it. There must be, yeah, I'm sure there's a way that we can do this probably much easier. But that's it, in terms of perspective, I think that's the only thing I spotted. Very well done. Yeah, it's stupid. It's silly too because I have another keyboard here. One that's not wired. So when I type stuff, when I type a lot of stuff, but I almost need like a third one, like a smaller one that I can have like on the side of my computer, so that I use it just for Photoshop. And like the enter button will be like real close because it's enter. Like whenever you want to confirm something in Photoshop, I always have to like reach behind, like try to feel it. Where is that the enter key? Oh yeah, there it is. Click. Not working. Anyways, hold that hell together. Moving on to Laura with her naughty boy here. Naughty Dobby. I hope you had a great week. I used the time to work on my sinful fan art again and change the following. Change the right arm and the hand. Yes. Change the facial feature a little bit. Darken the eyeballs and made the nose a little bit bigger. Pretty minor, that one, but the darker eyes definitely work a lot better. Feels a lot more integrated. Not like glowing. Added more light overall and added a shadow from the arm on the body. Yes, that's good. Look at that. And added a blue tint over everything. Added more fog to the foreground and background. Yeah, that turned out great. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, for anything else, like I don't think I would have much to add to to the character himself. Maybe like if it were me, I would just make him like I would just spray some oils. Not because I'm a fan of that. Just because it would break up the materials more easily, like making his chest more shiny. Like here in between the abs, you can have a little bit more of that shine. But that's just me. Yeah, no. So it would be more in the background. So it feels like the background. There's like an opportunity to do something simple there, something that wouldn't take too long, something that's not too high detail, but just something more. Like where is he right now? He looks like he's on a stage almost. He'll do some kind of naughty show. Maybe it's just maybe it could be just lights in the background or. Grease him up. I don't know. Let's try a few things. Who knows? Perfect selection. Nailed it. ruined the selection. No. Damn you, Photoshop. Alright, that will do. Okay, so select everything but that. Not the best way to do what I wanted to do, but whatever. We're gonna get her done. Alright, good enough. Duplicate that. Lock, alpha. See what we can add back here. Maybe. It doesn't even need to be anything what's the word again? What's the opposite of no, that's the word I'm trying to look. What's the opposite of blurry? Or what's the opposite of abstract? That's what I'm looking for. The opposite of abstract. So something. No, it should be abstract. It doesn't need to be the opposite of abstract. I think I need more coffee. Not concrete, figurative. There you go. Thank you, Jade. Thank you, Jad. We got it. Thanks everyone who participated. Figurative. There you go. So we don't need something figurative in the background to make this look cool. You know, it could be something abstract, or something figurative too. You know, whatever. It's just easier when it's abstract. So it could be. Maybe he's in kind of a studio, or maybe he's like outside, and he's like surrounded by smoke. But in the back here, maybe it's a little bit more clear. Maybe there's like some sort of silhouette in the background, like wherever he is. Maybe it's a city. Maybe there's just a hint of like a cityscape, or maybe it's just a bunch of trees. Maybe he's in a forest. Maybe he got lost. You know, something super subtle to not steal the show from him at all, but I looked at the chat. That's why I got it. I got it from Jade. But yeah, so something like that feels like it could be cool and like almost effortless. Just adds a little bit of depth too. But yeah, so that's all I got. Looks really good. Man, this guy's come a long way. It'd be really cool to see like the first version that you submitted, and now this. This looks good. Did a really good job, Laura. What the hell's moving on to Robin. Oh, that's so cute. What a treat. What's up, Robin? So I couldn't submit last week, and I hope our gods are not too angry right now. Might have to sacrifice somebody. This week I managed to draw a few more characters and buildings for my game. I made some grandparents and wizard. Could you give me some general feedback and maybe some tips for better shapes? You're welcome, Laura. So new buildings, new characters, and grandparents for the wizard. What the hell? That's awesome. An elder snail. Very nice. I've never seen a character like this. That's pretty unique. Maybe it exists already. I don't know. But an old snail with like, oh yeah, that's pretty creative. I like that one a lot. Although I would probably have like his shell just start back there, like it's on his back, you know, like seen from the back, seen from the side view. Heads, slime, and then I think it's like right here. Rather than kind of reaching all the way out to his neck, it just feels like it'd be uncomfortable, like if he's trying to move around, you know. Like either if he moves the head to the side, you can kind of see through it. Minor detail, but I really like that one. I think there's something there that's worth keeping. The other one's really cool too. Yeah, look at the perspective on that face. Nice. 2 hours already, 8 submissions. Uh-oh, I need to pick it up, huh? Yikes. I need to pick up the pace. Alright. Better shape, better shape language. So your house looks awesome. Just one thing that looks maybe a little weird, like feels like everything's kind of going in that direction because of that roof. That feels strange. A little unsettling. Like I think it'd be better if it just like the roof kind of just stops here. And then you like you have something there, maybe like a little door to the downstairs, not downstairs, but the cave, the basement. Maybe the roof stops here, the beams there, and then at the bottom you have kind of the thing that you can open, like the wooden door that you can open to get into the basement. Maybe something like that instead. So like just reshuffling the shapes that you have around there. Other than that, this looks awesome. Beautiful house. Love the overall shape, like a Christmas tree. Yeah, that was really good. Maybe you could add just a few more details towards the entrance so that you guide the eyes there. If it's a focal point. So yeah, just like make that a little bit more inviting, just a little more details maybe. Whatever's happening here. Maybe it's a little path too, leading the eyes directly there. Little path here. Maybe some little leaves next to it. It can be super subtle, but just something to help the viewer narrow down on the focal point of this one. Peace out, Warren. And then yeah, that one's awesome. Yeah, nothing to say about that one here. Super interesting shapes. Just super aesthetic. Love the shading that you have to it. Beautiful colors. Yeah, that's good stuff. The only one that maybe is not as clear would be like this one here. I'm trying to. Oh, okay, so that's the neck here. I see. Now I see. Maybe something to do with maybe the shell's making it hard to read here. Makes him look perky. You know, maybe like a droopy shell, like like he's almost like floating in it. Like this, he used to be nice and meaty, but now he's just this old turtle, this old skinny, and doesn't fill up his shell anymore. Almost like loose suspenders, that kind of vibe. Instead of having something like this, it makes him feel like I get it. Maybe like that could be like the hump, like he's got a bump on his back. Maybe it's just the position of the arms. Yeah, like this area here is just a little hard to read initially for me for some reason. Probably the shell. Probably the shell would do it. It's just slightly different, maybe. And yeah, maybe the glasses too don't work too well for him. Maybe like smaller ones that don't block the eyes as much. Like some Harry Potter glasses. Kind of like reading glasses, you know, for old people. Well, that helps, Robin. Damn, that was good. Moving on to... It's okay now. I did have a great week. Hope you did as well. And thanks for that. So I'm coming to the end of the ZBrush chapter, and I think that in the future I will do a lot more 3D. I really liked it. Awesome. So here's my very first bust. I have a couple of questions. On the bottom example, you see that I circled a hole right here. Yep. I can't figure out when it happens in the process, and especially how to get rid of it. I tried to cover it, but nothing to do. Then I have some problems concerning the anatomy and the colors. All right, so this here, let me see where it is. So is it legit gone through the ears? Is that the other side of the ears, or is that like inside the mesh? Probably just the other side of the ears. For this, something real quick that you could do would be to just bring in a new shape. Let's say like a box, you know, like a flat box or something like that. Like have it fit right on top of here, and then merge the two subtools, and use kind of like Dynamesh or something to merge the two, so that the box will now be part of the ear, and then you can kind of smooth all of that out. Get rid of that hole. But you have to patch it just like you would patch like an inflatable pool, with an extra bit of some extra mesh. You could also try. Yeah. If you don't want to play with your settings, yeah, I don't want to get into that. That would be the easier, most straightforward way. In this case. So append a new polygon, append a new volume, overlap it with the ears, like to fill the hole essentially. Combine the two meshes so that the box or whatever piece that you have here and the head become one again, and then just soften all of that out. And then I have some problems concerning the anatomy and the colors. Not very satisfied with the colors I chose. Well, they are the colors I wanted to use, but I think it doesn't look so good. I don't understand why. I think his head is a little bit too forward. Starmaster muscle is not in the right place. It's a bit too pronounced. Is there anything else that I can improve for the next time? It's a cyberpunk alien. Well, it wouldn't be trans-alienism for them, because they're not alien to their own species. For us, maybe. What could I do to make it more credible? Realistic design. All right, so a little bit of everything in here. Yeah, you did really good. Is that the first one? First bust, yeah, you did great. My first bust did not look as good. Let me tell you that. Yeah, you did a really good job here. So yeah, it depends how close you want it to human anatomy, but I'd say maybe her entire head's a little bit big. Could reduce the size of her skull quite a bit. Could look maybe a little bit more human proportion. Something more like that, maybe. A little bit more jaw, so longer, slightly longer. Although, yeah, maybe not. Like from the front, it looks pretty good. Maybe you can disregard that one. But yeah, but adjusting this here will make her entire forehead a little bit less prominent. Her facial features look really good. You did a really good job. What I recommend, is that you paint over it afterwards. So that's the process that we do a lot in video games. You'll do like a quick sculpt, and then you paint over, and then and then you model that. You model the changes because it's a lot easier to just quickly paint over it, have it, show it to the art director or whatever, get it approved or not, and then once you have the illustration, once you have kind of like the okay, then you apply all those details for real. But in your case, yeah, you can just paint over, get something quick, adjust the features maybe a little bit to your liking if they're not exactly how you like. But so anatomy wise, that's pretty much it. It's just the shape of the skull. The sternomastoids are maybe just a little bit long here. And yeah, they would start a little bit more towards the back here of the head. So they attach back there. So you need to wrap around the entire neck here and attach clavicles here in the front. Maybe a little higher. Just a tad higher. And have those muscles here be a little bit more flat, like they don't stick out too much. I'm trying to make mine stick out. I can give an example. Where are they? I lost my sternomastoids. But yeah, just more flat in general, right? So less volume to them, essentially. Just flatten them a little bit. Make them a little thicker too. A little wider and flatter. And attached in the back. Now for the colors, I think the biggest issue for me here is that you don't have that nice balance between warm and cool colors. It's all cool colors. It could be in the skin, that you fix that. You could have maybe a little bit more warmth on the face. It could be a bit more warmth in the lips. More red here. If she's got red blood, who knows? Maybe not. It could be a little bit of that, or it could be like that would warm it up, almost enough. It could be also just in how you treat the greens or like that color there. Maybe warm that up a bit towards the top. Just a little bit of a gradient. Could do the same with the hair. Warmer up here on the tip. Maybe it gets lighter. But yeah, I think that balance is definitely missing. Like just warming something up in there, I think would help. That area. Peter as well. Missed you. Yeah. I think that's it. Overall, you did awesome. So, very impressed. And I hope that helps. Thanks for that. That's very nice. Moving on to Cassandra. So, I had a good week, thank you. I started learning anatomy for the arms, and I'm still having a difficult time identifying arm muscles from different angles. Could you take a look at them and check if they're correct? Arm muscles. Arm muscles. Oh, that's good. That's good. The red here, the brachialis, that's gonna be all of that stuff here. So like towards the top of the arm, the bicep is dominant. Towards the bottom of the arm, like the bottom closer to the elbow, the brachialis is dominant. Same idea here. That's brachialis right here. All that. Yeah, that one's pretty well spotted. Then you have your brachioradialis group starting from there. Everything else is good. Yeah, great reference. Very well defined anatomy. From this angle, it's going to be mostly flexor muscles. The back looks great otherwise. Here, the brachialis is going to be all of that. A little harder to spot maybe on that one, but it goes all the way up there. And so a little higher in this case. Yep, everything else good. Same idea here. That's going to be the line here. Brachialis, biceps. A little bigger. Coracobrachialis kind of missing. I don't know if you got to that point yet, so maybe not. But yeah, coracobrachialis in between, and you're going to have your brachialis on the inside there. That's missing. Other than that, nailed it, Cassandra. So just be careful of the brachialis and how, what that looks on the arm in different angles when it's developed versus when it's not developed. I recommend that you look at like bodybuilders, like the big ones, because you're really going to be able to see all of those details. Kind of see how it interacts with the other muscles around it, the biceps especially. Yeah, that's really the only problem area in your observation here. Everything else spot on, so well done. Good night, Sokena. Thanks for chilling. Moving on to Maria. So, and then after that, what? I think we'll be able to, let's take a little break after this. Gonna grab a bite, refill coffee. So this week, yes, I'm doing great, Maria, thank you. Hope you are as well. This week I tried some creature drawing. Combined a red panda with a squirrel using your workflow. Squirrel panda. Is this believable? Should I have worked more on anatomy? I'll take any advice at this point. Right on. So red panda and squirrel. I mean, this is a good match because they have a lot of the same features. You know, like big fluffy tail. Just a fluffy body in general, so not too much definition in the anatomy that we can see through the fur. His face is quite different, but it's a quadruped, so yeah, they share a lot of their anatomy. Good mix. All right, so he gave him the squirrel legs. Yeah. That looks super cute. I think it works quite well. Pretty believable. The only thing maybe just this like the leg here, having that sense that the leg is underneath here. I think it's just a little bit missing there. Like you have it in the shadows, but maybe not enough. So that's the knee right here, right? The knee, the glutes, not the glutes, the thighs, the glutes back here, and then the lower leg, calves, and all that stuff. But yeah, just want to make sure that this reads, you know, as like he's crouching, because you have the right idea. It's just that we, through the shading alone, I don't think we could see it clearly enough. I love the colors in here. Color choice, that works really well. Maybe a little too red. That's the only thing that I would say. And like I love that, you know, most of the fur is kind of like this desaturated brown, and then the head itself is just a little bit more saturated. And a little bit more that warmth there. Maybe you could do something similar. Most of the body here, like you can tone down the saturation quite a bit. And then maybe increase the brightness, increase the warmth around the face. And naturally guide the eyes there. So yeah, I play around with saturation a little bit, maybe a little too reddish overall, but and maybe add because this looks almost like a color of fur. Maybe I would have like that blend with the rest. Maybe like another layer or two right down below it. Just so it doesn't really read like a layer, but more like it's like fur. A lot of fur overlapping, a little bit of fur. The longer fur up here, longer, and then it gets a little bit more short towards the body maybe. But yeah, kind of breaking up that necklace feel, that Nicolas Cage feel. Having that spread out a bit more evenly. Other than that looks great. Love the choices that you made here. The anatomy, like what to keep, what not to keep. Beautiful sketch too. Yeah, Mario. Looking forward to see what this turns into. Really cool. All right, so let's take a short break, and we'll be back. I'll be back with Jenner in a few minutes. I'm gonna take too long because we're never gonna get through everything if I do. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes ish, 5-6 minutes, and we'll pick it back up after these short messages. Let's resume, shall we, with Jenner here. So, coffee. I'm in business. Delicious iced coffee. Let's go. So I finally did the gate from the homework. Would love some feedback regarding the lighting, perspective, etc. Eventually, I would like to put this in my portfolio to diverse it up. The scale is called Hell's Gate, and it's holding something spooky behind it. This is also located underwater. I have decided to set it in the same world as my previous environmental piece, seen below. Oh, that's a long time ago. Ooh. Did I see this? Did I see this or not? For some reason I vaguely remember this. Maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I have an amazing memory. We'll never know. I have realized that perspective is the bane of my existence. I don't know. Looking at this, I have, yes. Good. I was wondering there. That's why it looks familiar. Well. That looks pretty epic. Yeah, love all the details here. Especially like all that following the right perspective. Nicely done. There's not gonna be much here that I need to point out. Just this side, or maybe that side. Like whatever's going on here, the entrance doesn't feel like it's flat, like it's laying flat against the wall. So we're gonna have to look into that one here. The rest looks awesome. Nice mix of warm colors, cool colors. Maybe you could cool down like some of the colors elsewhere, like not in the gate, because this is pretty warm blue. So maybe the blue down here is a little cooler. So that you get that contrast even more. Like that's probably too much, but you know, that kind of stuff. cooling down some of the blue so that this blue here that we want all the attention focused on, really stands out. But yeah, composition wise, like everything else other than this part of the building or the wall, very nice. Yeah, and this is going to be a portfolio piece. I would also probably detail the dragon just a little bit more. But it doesn't feel as sketchy, you know. So it's like a proper. It's really big too, so we would be able to see a lot more of those details. And maybe some of that dragon's affected by the. You already have like a hint of that, but you can maybe see more of that blue light effect on the dragon. Like everything that's pointing down here. A little bit more blue to give that dramatic vibe. Like, you know, holding a flashlight, you know, right behind your face. Not behind, right below your face. Behind your face, not gonna do anything. Yeah, maybe a little bit more of that drama, the danger. And then, what are we gonna do about that door? Ah, damn it. Forgot to pop a new layer for this one. So, that arch thing here. There's a few ways that we could build it, but it always starts with something bigger. So we always start big, like a big container, and then we kind of chop it up. So for that, I would probably draw just 2 boxes, or like maybe like one big box here for the slope part, and then just like maybe like another box for the arch part. So 2 big boxes. I would start here from this vanishing point, hoping it's somewhere back there. Let's just eyeball it. Well, let's just say that one of the vanishing points right here. Probably the case anyways. And the other one is somewhere over there. So you trace big box that way. Probably bigger than that, so that it comes all the way up here. Not all the way, but let's say that's the box that we're dealing with here. Half the thickness, of course. And then that box can continue. So it's just like a section of a bigger box, right? The other one is going to be this section right there. And then it's probably going to continue like the front of the wall here. We're going to continue back there anyways. Then we can trace the base of it. All right, and then it's going to start somewhere around here. That's the entrance. So now we have this big thing here. Now we can start to chop this up a little bit more easily. Transparent. Because essentially what we want to do is like divide this box here and find like this angle right there, and then we can kind of curve it down a little bit. So starting from this point here, going to that corner, just trace a straight line. The curve will be along that line-ish. We can do the same thing here for the other side. Following, I don't know, but probably back there, something like that. Eyeballing it again. You know, normally you would probably expand this so that you can construct it properly. But yeah, now we would have like a surface to have our slope on. Slide, and now it's just a matter of drawing kind of a little bit of a slope. I would eyeball this. Probably don't need to do anything too dramatic. Or maybe could split that here in half. Find an X, find the center of that shape here, do the same thing again, center of that shape, and then maybe that's the point that the curve needs to touch. Change the color because it's starting to become a big mess. Not the right color, yellow, there we go. So the same thing here, needs to touch that line. and then touch the corner again. And yeah, you would do the same thing for the other side. Find where that slope is, and then you would have those two slopes for the entrance. That would probably do it. That would probably work. And then you would have just like a big box for that top part that lines up with all the other boxes, of course. And then find the center for that. And yeah, kind of do the same thing here. An arch, proper arch drawn in here. Drawing like the big square first, finding where the center is, tracing a big center and big circle in there, just keeping the top part for the top of your arch. Skipping a lot of steps here, but yeah, you have to construct it this way. Start big with big shape, big simple blocks, and then carve them out to whatever it is that you want. So here the slope might look more like that. And that one here might be a little bit bigger because it's closer to us. Yeah, in your case, it just feels like this one here is maybe following the wall a little too much. Like it's staying close to the wall, while the other one's already like coming towards us. This one's still far back there. So it's just like that perspective issue that we're trying to fix. And it was, hopefully that made some sense. Made sense to me, but it's pretty messy in there. Hope you followed that. Because everything else looks dope. So yeah, just fix this little bit here and you'll be golden. Maybe you could add also some smaller elements, some smaller details around the character to sell the scale more. So maybe like the stairs are pretty big for that small dude. It's like waist high almost. So maybe like some smaller steps. And then yeah, any kind of detail that you can have on the side here, maybe like some torches or some railings, I don't know. Some brick patterns on the ground indicate, you know, are they big bricks or small bricks? Any small detail to make that scale work better. Make everything feel more grand and not make this guy feel like he's tiny, or he's like on a toy essentially. More details in the foreground to sell the scale. Some maybe some more polish on the dragon. Some cooler colors to offset the warmer blues, warmer cyan, and fixing that ramp here. So it's just a few things, but yeah, starting off of working off of such a solid base already, it's a good problem to have. Because honestly, like aside from that, I don't think there's much to fix. So it's not like those are the few things that could help, and then we could see other things. But no, that's pretty much it. If you fix those, you're gonna have a really nice painting on your hands. Very good portfolio piece. Natalia, so hope you've had a good week. It's my first time submitting. Oh, welcome. But please don't hold back. I want to move from my from only drawing character to full illustrations. I finished class on color theory 1 and wanted to apply it to focus on light in this Gundam fan art. Adding background separate as well. Reference image was me and my friends, so I censored their faces. Could you give me some general feedback and some tips on how to make character feel more inside the environment? All right, let's check this out. There. Later, Laura. Sweet dreams. So in here, I will answer your question, of course, but a couple of things I'm noticing here. Things I would recommend that you look into more in the program. So anatomy, definitely. Even if it's going to be anime, doesn't matter the style really. Everything is based on reality, and so if you if you want to create like some nice anime characters, if that's what you want to do. And by the way, if it's your first time posting, always nice to let me know what your goal is in general. Like, is it doesn't need to be super precise. If it is, good. And if you don't have a goal, that should be your goal. Like, to find a goal, to think about like, what do you want to do with your art? Is it just for fun? Is it just make a little bit money on the side? Is it as like a full-on career later? What is it? What is it exactly? There's no right answer. It's just, it allows me to kind of adjust the feedback for different goals, because that's going to change quite a bit. So yeah, in your case, anatomy and proportions would be two things. So stuff from the first term to look into. This is just going to make sure that your faces always have like really good structure. Your faces, they're pretty good. Your characters are pretty good. It's just they're just a little bit off, and so like the eyes here versus the nose. Like the nose sticks out a little bit too much. Maybe the eyes are a little too close together. Just a few things that we could do here to make that work better. Not changing too much, but yeah, that's all anatomy, all proportion, gesture drawing, all that kind of stuff. The eyebrows too. They don't reach too far in. It's just gonna make your fan art look awesome. So anatomy, proportion. So you just did what were you saying? Did color theory, right? So yeah, I can tell colors feel pretty good. There's not a whole lot to change here in terms of the colors. Maybe I would recommend that you use the saturation of your colors to guide the eyes better. Because right now you don't really have like color that's too dominant. Like the purple and the yellow clearly are different than the rest of the more brownish colors that you have, the more earthy tones everywhere. But you can make some of these stand out even more by saturating them more. So maybe around the face here, where you want probably people to focus on, maybe you could have a little bit more saturation there towards the face, and then that saturation kind of just dies, as you go away from that, so to not add too much interest in places where you don't want to. So maybe in the purples as well, could brighten those up towards the top here, and maybe have that, so again, that saturation kind of die off as you get away from that area. And also warmer colors. This way just makes the whole scene feel more cozy. For the background, if you want to add backgrounds to your characters, one thing to keep in mind would be to make sure the background doesn't compete in any way with the characters, if the characters are the focus, obviously. And one thing that can make the character, that can make the background compete, what we wouldn't want, is to have too much noise in the details. So whenever we have any types of contrast and noise, so one area that doesn't have any noise, just flat colors, versus an area that has a lot of noise. Like the eye is always more interested in stuff where there's more contrast. So a flat surface, not so interesting. An area that has a lot of noise, very interesting. So how can that become a problem? Well, if you have like mostly flat colors for your characters, and then you have a lot of like brush strokes in your background, that makes the background slightly more interesting because of that. It's like an extra level of contrast that you don't really have in the foreground, and that's distracting. That's really what it does. So here, to get a better result, unless you want to really really work a lot on your background so that it's like nicely shaded, but where the brush strokes don't stand out too much. Kind of in a similar shape as your similar style as your characters. If you don't want to do that, because that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of extra time, you could just blur the poo-poo out of it, and then use that as your background. So it's more like a portrait. That's not blur. What am I doing? Good old Gaussian blur. So just a little bit of that. It's more like a portrait shot in photography, where the foreground is in focus, the background's out of focus. That would work a lot better in this case. Now, to make characters feel more inside the environment, to address your last question, that's going to be mostly the shading, the lighting. So in here, we can't really see the feet of your characters or anything, so we can't see them interact with the background per se, right? They're kind of just like a cutout. So you have this overlay here and then another overlay behind. How to make those two work together, it's all about lighting. So if you have a light source that's coming like from this side for the background, so like maybe you're gonna get some light here on the path, and maybe like some shadow on this other side here, because these bushes are casting some shadows. Maybe these are facing the light, so they're gonna get a little bit more of that light from the sky. Everything here is gonna be a little bit brighter. Let's say that's your scene, and now you have light on your characters, but the light is kind of facing this direction. Where so you have like the highlight on that side, the highlight on that side, then there would be a disconnect. You're like, all right, the background is lit in that direction, character is lit in that direction. That doesn't work. That makes no sense. So you would just need to pick one direction for all your lights, and kind of use the same. So undo. Damn it. So I would just consider two light sources to make it easier. So the main light source, where's your essentially where you get that brightness from. So if is it like a sunset situation? If that's the case, yeah, you can have that. So everything that's facing that point essentially is going to be a little brighter. So the side of your face, side of your hair. It's what you did. That's good. And you can add another one. So one light for the sky color maybe. So the sky usually is going to be pretty blue. If you can see the sun here, you'll have, even if there's a little bit of clouds, usually at night it's like this dark blue, dark light blue, dark desaturated blue rather, impacting the whole scene. So in your background that might be something like this. Like in the shadows you might have a little bit of that blue tint from the sky. On the leaves here, where the leaves reflect partially the light from the sky, you might have that light blue too. And I say light blue, it's light blue added to whatever was there already. So like the end result is not light blue, right? It's just this super desaturated yellow, but it looks a little bit blue in comparison, just because of that's the relationship between the two, contrast. And then you could add the same thing to your characters. A little bit of light blue again. On the leaves here, everything that's in the shadow is going to get some of that light from the sky, and your characters as well. So everything that's in the shadows on the characters, like on the opposite side from the light, you're going to get that blue tint from the sky, and that usually is really good at unifying all the colors and unifying the background and your characters, because then it's the same lights impacting both. Way more likely that they're in the same scene than not. Don't need that blue everywhere, just facing the top-ish where the light's coming from the sky after all. But yeah, so light usually is going to be pretty good for that. And you can see here, background's blurred. Perfect example. Character in focus, background, foreground blurred. Always better for portrait shots. Well, that helps, Natalia. Really looking forward to see more of your art, and next time let me know what your goal is, so that we can fine tune the feedback to get you there ASAP. Cosmo. What up, Cosmo? So, I am great. Hope you're doing good. Seizure. Jesus. Hope you're doing all right. Hope that's not too serious. No. So, set a goal for myself, which was to at least have one personal piece every week instead of just studies. Remember to let you know, failed miserably. It's fine. As long as you did something, that's all that I want to hear about. So, if you didn't do anything, then that wouldn't be so good. As long as you did anything, even if you told me that you just like observed a bunch of stuff, if you didn't actually draw something, but you spent time to observe things and to just gather information, visual information, then that's all good. That's something that you can always do. You know, if you don't feel like drawing, just observe stuff. Just spend save time in your day, 10 minutes where you just look at people online, or just load up a 3D model on some websites and rotate around it. Look at the muscles. All right, that muscle goes there. That muscle goes there. Interesting. You don't need to actually draw anything, but observing gonna make a big difference if you do it or not. So, if you don't feel like drawing, observe. So I had struggles finding a good what to draw. So I asked myself, why don't I start a project? Didn't like the other characters sheets that I've done, so I overhauled it and gave it a new setting and theme. It took me over a week. I changed and tweaked the design till I finally found something that I like. So I want you to crush Mitch. But let's not do that. Not here to crush anything. For feedback, there isn't really. Right on, Cosmo. Oh, that's a nice drawing, man. Very nice. Very good line quality too. That is clean. Clean. So like the style too. Good face. Proportion wise, she looks pretty good. I'd say the only thing maybe in her anatomy would be the length of her arms. Maybe the size of her, the thickness of her fingers compared to the size of her feet. For feet to fit in this, she'd probably have really small toes, really small feet. You try usually when drawing characters, unless you have really good reason not to, but you try to have those two be more or less in line. So if you have small feet, small toes, you're gonna have small fingers, small hands. That kind of goes hand in hand. Yeah, unless you're trying to do trying to work on a character that's super stylized. I said this before, I think, but a big character with like a Donkey Kong character, kind of big hands, just regular legs, small legs maybe. That's more rare. So usually they're gonna be in line, pretty similar. So I would say maybe just make that smaller. Maybe if she just had much thinner fingers, maybe that could do the trick as well. A lot more delicate, just like her feet. And her arms probably a little too short. The crotch is right there. That one feels good. That length is okay. I think it's maybe just this one here. Why is that? Let's try to rotate it and see how far off it is. Rotate around the shoulder joint. Doink. Yeah, a little shorter, right? So you can see the shackles a little higher on the arm. So we just want to make that arm a little longer. That would be about the same size. And so if you were to rotate that back into place, the arm would be about this long. So fix that, because that's distracting. Other than that, looks great though. Very good. Design wise, it's really good base. I think maybe the hook could be a little bit stronger, but I like your shape language here. Maybe you could simplify it though. There's some repetition, so that's good. You have these details here kind of repeated. Get the same thing there. That's nice. You get the little diamond shape here too. maybe I would just stick to diamond shape, you know, like get rid of those circles, because that's introducing like another shape. Now we have circles too, and we only have like these 4 really. It stands out a little bit. Maybe if it were like just 2 big diamonds attaching this, you know, that could do the trick. Maybe there would be opportunities to add more. So maybe you have diamond shape here too, and the bolt is just a diamond instead of being a circle. Same idea here as well. Maybe shape this way. Like it becomes like part of the design, you know, having those diamond shapes everywhere instead of having bolts. Yeah, but aside from that, I think he did really good. So, yeah, like I said, just the hook, like something that makes us know right away what she's about. Right now, not clear. Maybe with colors to be more clear. Like she's got shackles, so clearly she's some sort of fugitive. I don't know, but something that would make her be memorable. You know, you're like, oh, it's that girl that has that weird thing about her. So, don't know what that could be. Could be anything. Could be inspired by a particular animal, like she's a demon, so maybe you push the demon thing a little bit more. In like the colors, maybe she's evil, you know, like she's got like glowy eyes, like all red and black, and maybe like gold. Stuff that makes her feel maybe a little more evil, or maybe not, you know, maybe she's super nice, I don't know. But yeah, finding that hook, like something that makes her more memorable. Inspire yourself by animals, bugs, dinosaurs, pop culture, anything really that people might connect with more. Anyways, hope that helps. Moving on to Maria. This week I made this environment. What did I say? So fun fact, you know, for just design and presentation in general. But when to decide to have like white text, excuse me, or black text, it's always going to be the opposite of your background. So if the background is darker gray, right? It's not half gray, it's like a little darker, then your text should be white or lighter. If your background is slightly lighter than 50% gray, then your text should be dark. So in your case, your text, your background is too dark, and therefore your text should be white. But you can apply that not just for text, you know, you can apply that for just for any kind of layout in general. So good to keep in mind. And also, it just, you know, the bonus is that it makes it easier to read. It's not hard to read, I'm just saying. Just pointing something out because I have the chance. You gave me the opportunity. So this week I made this environment. I feel like it's missing a lot of details and the lighting is not good yet. I'll be happy to have some feedback, to get some feedback. Missing a lot of details? Yes, don't have a whole lot of details in here. It's also very dark, so let me brighten this up as a whole. Make it lighter. See if we have more details in there that we can see. Oh, we do. We do have some rock details there that was hidden in the shadows. Nice. Yeah, not a whole lot of lighting also either yet. But nicely laid out in here. So yeah, like the scene works pretty well. Now we have something in the foreground here. The one thing that would definitely help right off the bat would be to adjust your values a little better. So yeah, so let's say this is the average color for the castle, and at that distance. Then you would probably want to make sure that this part of the mountain shares the same kind of values. But essentially, it's just looking at this in terms of values. You want to have everything that's in the foreground have more contrast, so more of those dark colors, more of those lighter colors, and have that diminish with distance. So you did really good here for the mountain. This mountain too. this mountain too. Like you can clearly see the steps. Like boom, boom, it gets farther and farther away. Feels like there's more air in between. So like from this one to that one to that one to that one, nailed it. And then to this one here in front that has even more contrast. So we're just missing a little bit of that in this area. That's all. So the castle seems like it's a little farther behind these trees. So maybe it could be a little lighter than those. That's the color of the trees. Maybe let's light this up here. So maybe the castle overall is a little lighter. So just to indicate that it's behind the trees, further back. That part of the cliff here, or whatever this is, should also be a little darker. Because right now, it goes from high contrast, less contrast, a ton of contrast, way less contrast. So it's like this one in the middle. It's like, what are you doing there? Get out of here. Your value is not accepted at this distance. Get back where you came. Get back to the foreground, damn it. There we go. Emilio asking if working in grayscale for environments that's common as, or how common is that versus characters? It's the same thing, to be honest. You know, at the beginning, with enough experience, you can always ditch the grayscale part and go straight into colors, because you can observe the values better through the colors. You know, so with experience, you know, the grayscale kind of starts to disappear from the workflow for both characters and environments. But initially. And for like for a really long time, you know, when I was working on Blizzard, that's what I used to do also. So, you know, even well into your professional career, this is still a better workflow. It's also a lot faster to just work in grayscale, so that you can get results faster to show to your art director to get an approval, and then you move on to the colors. So it's just a better workflow, but there's no real difference between the two. Coloring an environment from grayscale? No work at all. Gradient maps. There you go. Ship it. Then you can adjust, you can adjust in here the different colors. You can have different gradient maps for different planes. No, that can be super quick. Just as quick as characters. No difference, I think. But yeah, anyways, back to this. So looking at the values, this goes pretty dark, but the mountain here appears to be closer. This one doesn't go as dark, it feels. Does it? Does it? It does. What is it then? This thing here? Yeah, I think you can have just more contrast overall. That one here. That one in the foreground as well. Let's crank that up. Make them feel closer. And it'll make the castle feel even farther back. So values, most important. I think you had the right idea. You had the right execution for the most part. Just some areas that we want to make sure we fine tune. The same thing with the water here. Make the water less bright with this. Yeah, so details. Yeah, the details, I mean, could be anything in here. You have some details for the rocks. That's nice already. Maybe you could maybe have like some smaller details up here. Details like maybe like a fence for somebody that's observing this scenery, or maybe like this is a little like sightseeing area. I don't know. Maybe it's got some bushes here by the side where you can see those details a little bit better. Maybe down here, also have some vegetation that's still visible, and then like that becomes more and more simple with distance. But maybe you can still see some of these back there. And then for the lighting, yeah, the lighting could be anything right now. There's really no direction to the light. So the easiest when it comes to lighting is just consider that the sun is straight up, right? It's like at noon, the sun is shining right down onto everything. And so all the faces of everything that's shaded here, where it's pointing up, all the faces are pointing up, they're gonna get more light. So could be the top of that rock here, maybe getting some of that light, the little path. Top of that rock right here, top of that rock there, top here. Like essentially what you did there, but for everything, and a lot brighter to make the sun presence feel more important. Back here in this whole mountain here could also have a lot of light. Maybe some bits here in the front sticking out from that mountain that catch the light even more. Front here, probably gonna get a lot of light. Pretty flat. Top of that little fence. So I'm just gonna do that side here. Ain't nobody got time for the whole thing. Yeah, just that kind of stuff here. Suddenly it starts to light up, and then yeah, and then it's just arranging the colors to make that work and all of that. But hopefully that helps. Light coming from the top, always a lot easier. You just have to imagine like every part of this environment that's facing up, like the water's facing directly up, the top of this hill facing directly up, all of that would get some light. So I hope that helps. Moving on. Got it, Emilio. Actually, show difference that adjusting just those few details can make. Before, after. Not much, but it feels more deep, you know? I feel like you can walk in there a little bit more. So there we go. Louisa, moving on to you. Hope you're ready. I want to spice a bit my 3 and 4 perspective drawing practice. 3 and 4 points perspective drawing. Perspective practice, and add some characters in the scene. I would like to receive feedback mostly regarding figure 2 and 3. Okay, figure 2. I did my best to represent the breast facing up, but I'm not sure if I got it right. She's jumping, preparing to toss the ball. The size of her feet, the roundness of her thighs. Not supposed to have that much muscle mass, but I thought it'd come out round due to perspective. Okay. Yeah, and here, that was good. It's cool. It's a nice pose. I would. Welcome, Maria. Yo, I would. Definitely make her head bigger. You know, more in line with that guy. Even he's got a pretty small head. Gonna have that head continue back there. A little bit bigger. Chin a little lower, maybe. His face just takes up more space. So yeah, so doing the same with her. Bigger head. That's too small. And to make the head feel like it's looking up even more, or like seen from below even more, just lift the entire face up. Boink. It's gonna push the perspective even more. And then. Yeah, for the chest here. So if she's jumping, is she like in about to? Yeah, she's probably about to fall, like at the top of the curve. Boy, that's why the shirt feels like it's in water. No gravity. Or maybe she's already falling down. In any case, yeah, these, you know, seen from the side would look something like this. And then, so if we're looking at it straight ahead, you know, sort of face, it would look something like this probably. So if you look at it from below, what are we gonna see? If we imagine that we're this little arrow here, and we're looking up, you can see this part in red. We can't see the top anymore of the breast. Impossible. They're invisible to us. So the top here, we can't see that. So it's gonna be blocked. It's gonna be something in front here, kind of blocking the view, and so we can have that curve there. That's gonna be blocking our view. Probably higher than that even, because if we look at this line here as it continues, what else can we see? This part of the neck only, so we can see half the neck. We can't see any of the clavicles really. The breasts are in the way, and you can see the base of the neck. All we can see is this part of the neck and then her face. So that, and that. Those are the only thing that are visible from this point of view, this lower vantage point. So knowing that, let's rearrange things a bit here. So we won't be able to see this part of the shirt at all. None of that. You can see just half the neck. And the shoulders, yeah, we'll be able to see some of the shoulder here. Maybe a little bit more like in between, in here. But if this is the angle, and if she's jumping, that, I mean, I'm not, you know, this is probably not exactly the right angle, so we might be able to see maybe a little bit more of it from this particular perspective. But all of this to say that, you know, think of that when drawing in perspective this way, when you're not sure what you're gonna be able to see from the actual subject. Think of it this way, like just do a small diagram. And imagine that you're this light here. You don't really need to imagine anything. You just continue the line. You can see here. You can see that. You can see that. See. This you can't see. Suddenly the light doesn't reach. More like the light bouncing off of this doesn't reach your eyes. It can't curve, and so it's just not gonna. All of that becomes invisible. And so when you think of it that way, it makes drawing the real drawing a little bit more straightforward. So this looks a little crazy, maybe a little too much here, because we might be able to see the shoulders a bit more than that. But certainly something like this would work better. And then maybe the head is a little too high. Now, for the legs look pretty good. I mean, here at this, you know, in this area here, there's not a whole lot of perspective distortion, not that much, and so yeah, we're seeing everything at eye level, you know, in this around this area here. So whatever her legs are like, if they're skinny or not, you know, that's where you could just draw them without worrying about the perspective here. So if she's meant to be a little bit more slender, a bit more skinny, then you can certainly do that. And she's gonna get even skinnier towards her feet. Figure 3. So I tried to draw her sitting on a chair in 3-point perspective, but I'm afraid that that only the chair has the right perspective. her right leg is leaning forward in a different position than her leg that appears longer. Yeah, I think that was good. I think that was really good. I like the legs here. I don't think there's any issue here. So let's say her knee's probably there. That knee here. That leg. It's maybe it's just like this curve that's throwing me off a bit. Like this feels like this. Maybe her glutes are not there. Like maybe her butt's not there, but it looks like it is. You know, that could be just like the dress kind of overflowing. Maybe she's in fact sitting like this. But that would probably look better. You know, like if you did that, because that's a long that's a long upper leg. It's a long thigh. So you just want to reduce that distance a little bit more. Otherwise, her legs are like super long. So say the joints is right here, like that. That length would be all right for those legs. The length of her lower leg. So that one here, yeah. So I would just adjust maybe just the back here to make that pose work better. Other than that, that was great. That's really good. Yeah, that helps. Moving on. Cody. This dude. So I ended up finishing this piece and even went back to touch some things up. There are definitely aspects I would change if I had more time, like breaking up the verticality of the trees and making the button on the satchel bigger so that the symbol reads. Otherwise, I'd like to know what you think. What helped me improve the most? Man, that came out nice. Love the lighting in here, like subtle lighting there. It almost feels like an overcast day. You have a little bit of shadows with the trees there. That was good, dude. Yeah, the tree is pretty intense. That's true. It looks fake, you know. That's because trees are rarely that straight. Even if they're like bamboos, where they'd be mostly void of like any kind of feature, just like a big long cylinder. Even then, they're not all straight up, you know, perfectly. Some of them are going to be slightly to the side, slightly, you know. So you're gonna get that little bit of a offsetting going on. Would help make it more natural, more organic. So I'll definitely recommend something like that here. Or maybe just adding some branches at the base, hiding the other trees in the background, or partially hiding them so that we don't see that verticality maybe as much, or having them get wider towards the bottom. I don't think it would take too long. I would definitely do something like that because you get a lot of that. Those vertical lines in the back, it's pretty distracting. This dude looks good though. Very nice. Love the values here also. He stands out very nicely from the background. And that was good. So you're talking about the small details. Yeah. That's a good point. I would also recommend that you make those smaller details maybe just a little bit bulkier, that we can see them. I think that's a nice touch. Just take the same thing. Boom. Now we can see it. And the same idea with the details on the boots. You know, if you have a little bit of fur there, that's cool. It's a really cool touch. If that's what it is. If that's not what it is. Just kidding. Yeah, but maybe making that fur a little bit more visible. So that becomes like a part of the design. And so if the boots have it, maybe like the side of the sleeves here has it too. Could be cool. Pushing that shape language a bit more. Could have that like on the inside here of the shirt too. But yeah, no, shading wise, other than that, like the design is pretty cool. So yeah, I would just make those smaller details maybe a little bit bigger so we can read them, because they do add, they look nice. Great shading overall. Great colors too, values. The only thing, this maybe stands out a little too much now, because the blue is pretty unique. So maybe like shading it a little bit more like the rest of the scene. So like an overcast day. Although if it's meant to be like translucent. Yeah, I would tone down the blue just a little. Or introduce more saturation elsewhere, like in the skin maybe. Because everything is pretty desaturated, like earthy tones. And that's why the turtle contrasts so much with it, because it's very saturated in comparison. So yeah, maybe if you just made the skin here less than half saturation, so if you crank that up a bit more, like push it to the side there, maybe use that kind of saturation, then turtle wouldn't feel so out of place in a sea of grays. Right, now we get a lot more of that splash of color around his face. Maybe in the shadows here you can have a little bit of light from the turtle, if it's emitting light at all. I don't know. Let's tie it in. And I would definitely make that turtle maybe a little darker, or like maybe make the legs bigger. Something, because initially it didn't look like a turtle, it looks more like a hat. So like getting that turtle shape in there. Maybe the maybe if it were darker overall, you could have like that, the silhouette be a little darker and the inside maybe a little glowy. Not exactly sure, but the silhouette of that turtle is a little easy to miss initially. So I'd play around with that. And folds. Your folds are pretty good here, like that looks great. Going into the belt, those coming out of the belt, awesome. It's just like down here in the pants, like we kind of lose that, don't have any more. So yeah, some like maybe some bigger folds here, something a little bit more intricate just to add to the aesthetic, like that. That is extra aesthetic. He's kind of bunching up at the bottom here. A lot of references that you could find for that, but I think it'd be worth it. You know, it'd be a nice touch. Maybe in the crotch here as well. Indicate where his crotch is. So, few things, Cody. Few nitpicks, but man, overall, that guy was good. Right on, Jad. Have a good night. I'll see you next week. Maybe. Warren. Already asleep, so what's up, Ryan? Ryan, what's up, Warren? I did have a good week. Hope you did too. So this week I followed your advice on taking a reference study and using it to make something else. So I used it to create my final character illustration for my character design. How did I do? Sadly, I wasn't able to finish painting the torso and part of the dress, but I'm very happy with how the head looks. Still, not the best at painting fabric either, so I'd appreciate how we can, what folds to use and where to use them. How to know is it's just observation, you know, it's just working off of a lot of references, and eventually you start to see the patterns, like how the big thick fabrics deform versus how the smaller, more like silky thin fabrics deform. Very different. But certainly where the folds accumulate, where there's no folds, like that logic, that remains fairly consistent all the time, regardless of the fabric. So maybe check out that class a bit more. The clothed figure drawing class. That came out great. Yeah, your lines are awesome here. I think you did really good. Yeah, like making sure that the big shapes are nice and bold, and like all the small details on the inside, like a little bit more subdued. That looks great. It's a beautiful sketch. Just the lines alone, they're like, yeah, you could post that. Very nice. So I wasn't able to finish painting the torso and part of the dress. Torso, oh, here you mean? Yeah, so one thing that this artist does is with the line art, and one thing that looks good, that's why artists use it, is to fake shadow, like to suggest shadow with your lines. So like down here at the foot, it could be something like maybe there's a little bit of shadow on the ankle from the dress itself, and then the ankle goes into the heel. So maybe having an indication for that. And then back here is going to be maybe a little darker. And the base of the fold here, maybe it's a little fatter because the fold is casting, you know, like this flap of the dress is casting shadow on the other flap. Don't want to go too much, so it's no longer a line, but these small hits of shadows always nice, like under here. And here in between the shirt and the scarf, could make that a little thicker. And here maybe around the face. Yeah, this stuff here looks good. So it's a slight suggestion of shadows. Having bolder lines for your outlines, keeping everything that's on the inside here a lot more subtle. But what you got here looks really good. So that's a great line art. There's not a whole lot to improve on here. So anyways, let's take a look at this character. So real quick, for presentation's sake, like I would flip the background so that the light side here is against the dark background and the dark side is against the light background, just so that the character pops more. Yeah, she knows what's going on. Horrible selection. But let's flip her around. What? No. There we go. Something like this in this case would work better. Already, it does look a lot better. You can see the arm now. It's clearly more light on the side. Yeah, that's the way. This is the way. So number 1, presentation, making sure the characters pop from the background. Très important. Very important. And love the colors that you used here. Nice shading. Yeah, love the face too. Maybe a little round, a little roundy, but maybe we could add some structure in here, make her maybe look more mature. I don't know if you want her to look mature or not. Slightly less rounder, slightly less round of the face. More human-like structure. Yeah, she looks good. Looks very good. Yeah, I don't really have anything more to add on the design. Like maybe it would be cool to select smaller details in here. Like now that you've kind of, you know, blocked out the main design, like zooming in here. So imagining that maybe this character would be built in 3D, for example. You know, if you saw this in your game, you know, if you saw this piece in the game, it'd be like, maybe that's a little too res, maybe it's not enough detail here. Like, what could you do to that? So maybe some extra trims here. Maybe you could see like the seams in the fabric. Could be in here like other trims somewhere. Maybe some more details on the sides. Could be again just seams. Maybe seams go like this. Maybe there's some pattern on the dress. So it's gonna be more like those secondary details, you know, the stuff that you would notice if you start and stare for a little bit. But yeah, overall. Moving on to OG Sam. Dave. Okay. So. Luckily, this weekend I am more sober than I was last weekend. That's great. So this week, like a fool, I studied one portrait and just went all out on it. I wanted not only study the Riley method, as I find it more easier than the Loomis. Secondly, I wanted to study the contours of the face and the shading. Then I thought, why not continue this? So I did, and now this is a lady demon. Now this lady is a demon. Compared to my portrait from last week, it's a huge upgrade. So next week I will continue onwards and focus more on hair, as I needed a bit of help with volume control, etc. Any tips on how to make portraits look more gritty and real, rather than forced on the skin and big eyes? Ooh, nice sketch. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, so that's a good exercise. Nice to see the kind of the difference. Yours not too far out, too far. Yeah, it's mostly just the jaw. Perspective a little bit too. Yeah, looks like a little too round of a face, but pretty damn close. It really doesn't need much to get to this. So that's good. finished one. Let's make this brighter. Too dark. Maybe too bright, but there's like the shading is really nicely done on the face. Yeah, it's just the hair, the values of the hair mostly. That's a little bit off. So you know, if it goes usually try to keep the shadows all the same. So if you have like shadows that are this dark, basically black, pretty much black, you wouldn't want the same here for the hair as well. Shadow of the hair, pretty dark. In between the locks of hair. So you have a lot of contrast here, and very little contrast here. So that kind of looks a little disconnected. And then the hair itself here, if it's sticking out enough, probably cast a little bit of shadow onto her forehead. A little rounder, a little flatter. Yeah, overall the shading here is really good. You did a really good job. Just the hair. The hair is a little off just because of the values. So once you adjust the values, it can be golden. But also kind of just looking at the overall values here. Sure, like the hair could have a little bit more highlights. Maybe she's got like blonde hair, but the difference between the hair highlights and the skin highlights, she's really bright here, right? It goes to almost pure white, close to that. So you could definitely make her like increase the contrast on her skin to make the skin stand out some more. I think that's kind of missing here. Like that looks a lot flatter because of the colors than it did initially. Certainly a lot flatter than the portrait. The reference. Tips on to make the portrait more gritty and real. And those are like more like style choices, style decisions. Much harder to execute until you can like consistently like do studies of this that look almost like one-to-one. Like the style is the seasoning, so it always comes last. It's not as important, not nearly as important as the rest. But like, let's say for something like this, it'll be mostly in brush. Excuse me. It'll be mostly brushes. So your control of the different brushes that you're using, because you look at all the portraits, that are done in a style that's a little bit more sketchy. It's always custom brushes. That's how you get there, because you're not gonna paint each of the individual details of the brush, and so it's more experience with your brushes, better control over them, and what they can do, what they can't do, when to use them, when not to use them. More importantly, in this portrait here, style aside, I would just make sure that the lighting remains consistent, because here, you know, like you can see the contour of the face pretty well. That's nice against the darker background of the hair, and we kind of lose that completely here. So this one here feels a lot flatter as a result. So could make that pop a lot, either by brightening the background here, like almost as if some hair is going to, some lights going through her hair. You can see it on this side. That would help a little bit, but probably the way that you had it better, because it defines the volume of the face more. And that's good. Yeah, and here, the shading, I think, is the biggest issue. Maintaining those values that you have. Hope that answers it. There's no, I don't know how I could demo this, but let's say, you know, you wanted something more gritty. I would usually just paint everything just as clean as possible, so that you don't have to worry about the style at all. And after that, if you're going for a more specific, like sketchy style or something, then you can do that after, you know, as like a style pass, literally. So maybe switch to mixer brush here. Yeah, something like something that has some texture, like this maybe. And then with the mixer brush, and like you could add like streaks like this, for example. And maybe always go in a particular direction. Maybe like the whole skin is treated the same way. This like more sculpted texture on it, and when you apply that to everything, maybe that looks cool, maybe that looks unique, I don't know. Or maybe a different brush where the details are a little bit more subtle, but still I'm just sourcing from the details themselves. Obviously that's not gonna work. But yeah, anyways, all of this to say, I would just do it afterwards. So find a couple of nice brushes, or maybe like some smudge brush that have some texture, maybe some scattering. That's another way to do it if you don't want to use mixer brush, or if you don't have access to that. So let's say like this one here, smudge skin, has a little bit of scattering effect. So let's say I smudge smudge something here. Like it's gonna shoot that color kind of a little bit everywhere. You know, it's as if like you go like this. That could maybe influence some of the shading. If you had something else, you know, something that does something. This is meant to be smoother with a slight texture. That's why it's a skin smudge brush, you know, so you get that like slight bumpiness. But if you have something that's more aggressive, that has like more angular shape than the soft kind of bumpy texture that I have, then you can get some nice textures in there too. But do it after. Oh, that helps. Moving on. Two. Elijah's long-legged man. Hope it's been good for you too this week. So I for sure did not have as much time as I would have liked to draw this weekend, but I managed to finish all of the main parts of this piece, minus the hands, face, and the feet. Let me know anywhere that looks off, especially with the legs. I also changed the position of the belly button, but did not get around fixing the size of the rest of the abs. Right on. Minus the hands, face, and the feet. You gonna tell me this is not finished? Arms look a lot better. I would just like this one here. Get out, mixer brush. This one right here, you know, see how this is kind of like a straight line there. Like this whole bicep and tricep is kind of just this big cylinder that goes right into the forearm, and then the forearm it kind of gets wider. So I would do the same here. So maybe shave off a little bit at the top here and expand it at the bottom. And then I get slightly bigger. Doesn't have as much definition. My bad. The brow is not as ripped as I thought. Should get in shape, bro. So yeah, just adjusting kind of the width of things here and no, forgot to pop a new layer. Arm feels better. So it's more of a cylinder, less of a like a cone. Those legs. Those legs. It's a lot of meat. It would feed a lot of people. Yeah, I think anatomy wise, I think that's nice. It looks really good. Just want to make sure that the like the whole knee reads about the same size. You know, like you can see it here, like the tendons kind of going in there. It's kind of like this whole shape. Just make sure that on both sides it's about the same length. That's all. And you can do that with the shading, and you know, you have a few things that you could do here. But, it just feels like this one's a little bigger. It's not, but it feels bigger just because of the way that you kind of did the shading here around it. Cut into the leg a bit sooner. Yeah, defining like his left knee a bit better, a bit more. I think would help. And also the shading is slightly different from the base from the legs to the torso. Not too different, but this is definitely a bit more shadows on this side, right? This gets a lot darker. It's almost like dark, and then it starts to be pretty light for the legs. So it's just a matter of yeah, bringing those values down to the to what the torso is. So that is a more consistent yeah, it's a nice study, and I think I've said that last week too, but very nice colors. All right, moving on to Philip. Excuse me. Haven't been posting for like a month and a half. Had a lot of school work, so now I am sending a bit more. First one is Gimli photo study. Second one is drawing clothes on naked figure, and third one is rough sketch of my Bombadil character design. Look for some feedback and some general advice for Tom, like pose composition. Right on. That looks cool. Very unique. Excuse me. First bit of advice would be to just clean up your lines. I would just redraw over it with cleaner lines. It's gonna make the rest of the process here, like when you add colors and just when you shade all of that stuff, a lot more pleasant. Yeah, it's always more fun when it's clean. It will look better too. So I would pop a new layer on top of this and kind of just redraw this little dude here, but with clean lines. You already have all the information you need. It's just a matter of cleaning that up to get some nice structure, nice shapes here that you can then color more easily. For his anatomy, that looks pretty good. You know, he's like a shorter dude, but that makes him look more funny. That's good. Maybe this foot here looks a little strange. I'm guessing he's walking towards us, and so that's just like his foot kind of lifted, you know, off the ground as he's taking a step. But right now it looks more like the foot's to the right, like to the side, and kind of broken. So let's see what we can do here. Taking a step, maybe you can see like a little bit of a under part of the shoe, maybe not like from this angle. Like just drawing the sole in perspective. And after that's like a good trick. Also, if you don't know like how this in perspective would look like, you just draw it. Just like draw the base of the foot like this. Beautiful, and then deform that in place. There you go. That's the base of his foot. The heel a little higher, maybe. I just need to add the top of the boot, or whatever he's wearing. And now it looks like he's about to take a step forward. Kind of. Or if he's just static, if he's not moving, if he's just like posing, and the camera's taking a while, and it's like, get it done. And just having that boot kind of come towards us a bit, laying flat on the ground like the rest. Yeah, instead of being like to the side, I think that's gonna help. Either way would do. Yeah, and here, that's really it. Just clean up the lines so that you're able to add more like smaller details. Because right now you have like this jacket, boots, pants, but that's about it. You know, like if you zoom in, you can't see much more than that. So if you had like a nice clean jacket here with clean lines where everything is nice and smooth, then you can start to zoom in and add some interesting designs. So maybe he's got like a little big pocket here on the side of the jacket. Maybe that's got some buttons, so maybe like some straps down here. Maybe that creates some folds. See a little bit on the inside. It allows you to do this kind of stuff that you really wouldn't be able to without cleaning first. So highly recommend, because it's a nice silhouette. It's a really cool start. So that guy could be really nice if he took a bath, cleaned up his dirty lines. Nice, very nice study here. And here, I mean, this looks awesome, but maybe not for the right reason. The shirt especially almost looks like she's wearing like a paper shirt that you wrinkled in a ball and then like you unfold it and she's wearing that. It looks very cool. Very strange though. Like super wrinkly for no reason. Maybe that was like her. I don't know. Maybe you used a reference. That's what it was. That's what it was like. But yeah, as strange as it is, it looks good. I don't know what kind of material this is supposed to be, but like, yeah, she's wearing like a paper shirt, aluminum paper shirt. For the pants, similar, but the contrast is not there. So in here you'll go pretty dark in some of these folds. Oh, that's nice, you know, just like her hair is pretty dark, shadows around the eyes pretty dark, nostrils pretty dark, so you can go real dark. But the pants don't. Like, they stay away from that darkness. Gotta embrace the darkness. It's in here. Those deeper folds, maybe right underneath here, the end of her jacket. Have a little bit of shadow. Side here, and some of these deeper folds at the bottom there. Shadow on the foot. A little bit more dark on the side of the pants here. Maybe not as much light. So the values here for the pants are a little bit more off, but the top of the pant, the top of the outfit looks good. Yeah, when it comes to these folds, like for the pants, they're also a little crazy, in an interesting, stylish way. But if you want to go for more accurate, look at references. Find references for pants. You know the logic, you know where the folds should be, and now just find those folds on actual pants and see what they look like, so that you can observe them, and so that next time you know the logic, and now you'll have the visual library to actually apply that logic. So yeah, for pants like this, you probably have more wrinkles around the crotch area here, as some of that fabric kind of bunches up there. Probably not a whole lot more than that. Maybe a little bit of maybe like some subtle fold here in the leg as it goes down all the way. But if it's like a pair of jeans, usually it's gonna be pretty featureless for the most part, unless something is bending. And you have maybe like some more not harsher, but some harder shading in some areas. Because jeans are more like paper properties. And more the straight lines. Anyways, hold the house. Moving on. How we doing? Oh boy, still a lot. Let's keep going. So Alonso, it's me again. This time I'm working on a landscape to practice lighting for term 6. Can you make sure it is ready for line art and perspective? It's correct as well. Let me give you feedback with love too. The sun is slightly annoying right now. Come on, get down already. Oh, ooh. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, I want to get in there. I want to get in there and shade this thing. That's a cool scene, man. A lot of depth too, so you can have like some cool colors in the foreground, cool and dark, and maybe like bright and shiny in the background. Or it could be the complete opposite. It could be like nice and warm because he's like inside a cave or something. And then he's looking out, but it's nighttime, so everything is kind of blue, and then you see like those warm lights in these towers. Nice sketch, very nice sketch. The line away here makes a big difference. makes this feel pretty damn clear. Foreground here. So I guess this gets really far, huh? We have a river here, I'm guessing, in the middle. Alright. Alright. The only thing I will say about the composition, so you have a pretty static composition and pretty symmetrical, right? So character right down the middle, and so you just need to make sure that you have like equal amounts of, or equal-ish amounts of visual weights on both sides. Like that's not really a problem because there's only one of them, and then here you have a bunch more. So the quantity offsets the scale in a sense, but this thing here, maybe that's a little too distracting, or too different. Not necessarily distracting, but maybe yeah, I would add like something else in here in the foreground to offset that. Because it's almost like it's like a window in a window, like a frame within a frame, right? So we have the canvas frame, and then you have the other frame that he's kind of looking through, but that inner frame is not in the center. It's a little bit offset to the side. So I would just try to fix that. It could be so we have a big thing here. So if you don't want to like close it, because yeah, you know, maybe that's not as cool. Looks maybe a little too fake. You could have like just maybe like a big rock here that kind of sticks out, blocks part of the background. Maybe that'd be enough, or maybe like you have like another one here that starts and gets bigger. Can't really see it as well, but it's back there. Or just want to make sure that they're not the same size, because that's gonna look weird. Or something else, like something man-made, perhaps. Could be like just like a bush, a tree here. Could also be something man-made, like part of like a wooden structure that holds this whole thing down, maybe something like that. Anyways, whatever it is, you know, I think it needs something more here. And then for the background itself, I would maybe make this one bigger. That one feels maybe too close in size. Like it's a big jump going from this to that, seeing how small the people are already. Like back there would be like ant size. So maybe flattening the perspective in the middle ground there by making this slightly bigger, so that you have more of that big, medium, small. As you go further back in your scene. But that's about it. Also, really looking forward to see how you tackle this. That's gonna be nice. I can feel it. Does landscape work on term 6? Is there? I forget. Thought it was maybe term 7. Oh, it's term 8. Way up. Term 8, yeah. Environment design. But that's not really environment design in this case, you know, there's not too much. Like that could make like a really, really cool scene. Anyways, like what's important in the foreground. But yeah, maybe have a look at that class. If you haven't. Joe, it's your time. I made some adjustments to this Lumadial, that's the name. The Lumadial drawing based on your feedback. I wasn't planning on creating a portfolio, but if I did, would this be something I could use? Any other critique, suggestion? Why wouldn't you not create a portfolio? Even if there's no goal outside of just you having a collection of your best work just to make yourself feel better, especially when you create something new and then you're like really proud of it and you look at your portfolio like, this portfolio is not up to the level anymore. But you put that new piece in there and you take out maybe like one or two that you did earlier that don't compare anymore to that new one. It's just, I don't know, just for your motivation. You know, like when I was younger, I didn't really plan to do anything with my portfolio. That was just what artists did, so I did it too. But there's definitely some benefits to it outside of just having it be like an advertisement for your skills. Highly recommend that you do, yeah. And it gives you like a clear view on everything that you did. So does it tilt more towards one way, like more environments, more characters, whatever? You can see the progression better. All good things. So if this were a portfolio piece, what would I change? First, change the background so that it's either super light gray or darker gray. For this guy's case, I could probably do both. Yeah, this one would probably work either way. I would just stay away from this mid-ish gray. I mean, it's a little lighter than mid-gray, but not light enough. Yeah, that leg looks way better now. There we go. Nice shading, nice detail, nice texture on the back. Sausage lizard. Spent some time on the grill. Looks delicious. So about the creature first, and then some presentation. Some further some extra presentation tips. I was a hobbyist until I wasn't, so yeah, I don't think it really matters, you know, what you want to do with it. It's just bigger, so you can see it more clearly. You can see like all of it in one page, like on the computer. Instagram is good, yeah, of course. You should definitely have that too. But I feel like a legit portfolio has something to it. So anyways, creature wise, I like the addition of like the little fins here. I think I'll just make those more visible. If anything, that's a way that you could tie like the head with. Maybe that was the logic. In that case, I like how you think. Yeah, like the golden fins here might be super cool, but they're very hard to spot. Maybe it could continue even from the head directly. So there's like a clear connection between the two. Might be cool. I like that it breaks the silhouette, like it breaks the sausage silhouette. It looks more like needles right now. That's, you know, you got attacked by like a porcupine. So yeah, I like this idea. Just make like commit to it. Like nice, like dinosaur fins, you know. I think it's a really good idea. Love the shading on it. Otherwise, maybe you could have like a little bit of webbing, same color too. Just to spread that color everywhere, like it was by design. He just didn't happen to, you know, to dip his head in a pot of gold, a molten gold. But that's about it, you know. So spreading that yellow through the fins, through the webbing on the feet, I think would be cool. And then yeah, that would be a really, really cool creature. And then for presentation, and here you could add a little bit of Well, first of all, yeah, let's darken this stuff. Let's darken this. I'll make it lighter. Dark, light, maybe lighter. Maybe lighter, slightly blue to make it pop even more. Too much. Yeah, for a creature like this, I think that'd be cool. But either way, I think dark gray would work too. And then adding on to that, we could have maybe a little bit of shadows. Make it feel like he's actually like walking on some sort of surface. Like he's grounded. Makes him feel more real. And then yeah, for a portfolio, you wouldn't really need much more than that. You could have maybe like different, like a side view of it, or like maybe like a, you know, if you wanted to treat this more like a design sheet, which you don't need to, but you could have maybe like one side, like one view from this side with like skeleton, like a rough skeleton in there, just so we understand better how this thing works. But if it's meant more as an illustration for a portfolio, with none of that being important, then a little shadow and then maybe a little gradient so that the background doesn't feel so flat. Maybe it's darker back there and gets lighter towards the front, something like that. Just so it feels like he's like on a table or something. Makes him more grounded, just more interesting. Comes out of the canvas more. And if you feel up to it, you could add some background elements, some environments. Give him like a subtle environment. It could be maybe instead of being gray, instead of being more of a design sheet, it's an actual color. So he's walking on like sand or something, or grass, or walking on water, like Jesus. Shadows, I said. And some grass texture, stuff like that. But that's a lot more committed. Yeah, just a light background like this could do it. Front arms look good to me. Yeah. Maybe this forearm is a little small compared to this one. You know, this one feels a little more bulky, like the wrist is a little wider. So maybe yeah, just adjust that. But yeah, looks convincing otherwise. In perspective, well done, Joanne. That's really cool. Well, that helps. Gives you maybe a few ideas. Luke. Ooh. Look. First year art student who decided to drop out and enroll in your course after feeling like my art school curriculum was kind of outdated, wasn't really teaching me how to further my career goals. Oh, how I like this, to read this. So I'm aiming to be concept artist, but recently I've been dabbling more and more into illustration. So for my first critique, I decided to post my two most recent paintings, both painted from imagination, to give you a general idea of my skill level and what my strengths and weaknesses are, and how I should move on from here. I love drawing human characters, and my biggest influences are Asian artists like and Kim Jong-gi. Looking forward to learn more from you in the next year. Awesome, Luke. Welcome. Awesome to have you here. And so coming in with decent set of skills already. So that's exciting. make some good progress. And I'm really looking forward to it. So the goal, yeah, to be professional illustrator. Got it. Right on. So there's a lot that I can't see in here, you know. So for the future, it definitely helps, you know, if you could include like construction lines or like the steps, you know, that you took to get to here, because the process is a huge part. And sometimes just changing a few things in the process makes a huge difference in the end. And so all important things to see. So yeah, so for like future ones, don't hesitate to toss them in there as well. But from what I can see here, you know, really good anatomy. I'm guessing you you used some trusty references for this. At least for these arms, these hands, very well done. Cute face too. Yeah, maybe the lighting in this case is a little on the face. Like on the rest of the body, nailed it, I think. Very nice. So yeah, and include references too. Like if you use reference, always good. For me to be able to tell. Give better feedback. Damn, so I'm trying to dodge the. So lighting is great everywhere except on the face. So the face, you know, like she's holding her hands like this. The light source is like hitting her face straight on. So yes, you'll get a little bit of light, you know, down here, but the light will be mostly just like pretty direct. Less from the bottom, more from the front. If she were holding her hands like down here, you know, that'd be something else. But also she's tilting her head, so she's looking at it. So yeah, you'll probably have light like all over here. Maybe not like on the top of her cheeks, where it kind of curves back into the eye sockets, but towards the eyeball. But on the cheeks for sure, under the nose, tip of the nose, top of the eyebrows here, or the bottom of the eyebrows. Maybe not as much on the forehead, because that's pointing up a bit more. But yeah, definitely some more light, you know, right in her face. Minor details, just nitpicking here, but yeah, very good use of your of the reference here. Whatever that reference was, you did a great job observing it. Maybe for the length of her arms, maybe the hands a little small. Nitpicking again. Maybe keeping this size, but just making the hands, the forearms a little shorter. It's just like the distance here, you know, there's just so much that you can have before the wrist kind of needs to begin. So yeah, not a big detail at all, but just something to keep in mind. Other than that, yeah, very effective, very nice. Cool story that you're telling here. It'd be cool to see like what she's looking at too. Like that's mysterious. I want to know what the hell is she looking at. Show me. How dare you keep it for yourself? Is it? It could be just a hint of it too. Like, does it have volume? Does it have like mass? Is it like a creature? I think just a little bit more hint. That was from imagination. That's impressive. Very impressive. So, especially this one. Yeah. And then. for this one here, I have a few more things to say. Mostly about the colors. Like this feels like pretty dead, and it looks like it's really well constructed. Pretty good anatomy. Yeah, like you know, the muscles here would behave slightly different in the back, and how this is all connected could be a little bit more anatomically correct, but overall reads really well. It's just the skin feels a bit dead. Like it all feels really gray. Like color picking here just remains in the gray area for the most part. Gray. And then you have the dress that catches a lot of the attention. So yes, you have some lights here, some contrast in in the values, but the red really steals the show here. So what I would probably recommend here for this one would be to warm up the skin, so like a little bit more around the focal point, around her face. Maybe warm up her hair as well if she's got like more like a blonde hair. A little bit more of that warmth in here, especially the light coming from above would definitely kind of shine through the hair, and yeah, I think we all know what that looks like. Hair backlight. Any hair of any color always glows. So something like that. Like she's got brown hair, but then it looks golden yellow against the light source. So same thing here. So kind of that effect would make the light even make the light appear even more intense. Hard lights. So adding a little bit more. Oops, it's ruined her face there. Sorry. Maybe too much, but yeah, a little bit more warmth on top of the body here. And then probably like toning down some of the red, maybe going into more of a berry red, less saturation. Not everywhere, but in some areas, so that's just so that it doesn't steal the show. I love the texture though that you have here, kind of like this silky texture. But I would tone that down a lot, and then maybe add some red around here, around the face. Like, where is this going from? This? Maybe she has something around her face here, like a scarf. And that thing continues. Be pretty bright up here. But yeah, just something to make this the focal point, a clear winner in terms of visual weights. It's just it's all about the kind of stories that you want to tell with this. Like you can go super desaturated and to make it seem like a sad scene or something. But it's just like when you have like this red dress in contrast, and especially like the red, a lot of red, really saturated red in the corner, you bring all the attention here, and unless that tells a story, unless that tells a better story, then there's really no point in that, and it just looks weird because my attention always goes here. The red's the most exciting color, so you always look in this area, and you're like, why am I still staring at this spot? Where clearly she's got something on her mind. She's got some emotions to communicate. So I would try to focus that around her instead. So you can have that amount of red anywhere else, it doesn't need to be down here. could be something that she's wearing up top here. Maybe the bottom here is more of a, I don't know, like dark, you know, it's like a black dress. Or maybe it's black and has like some red stripes, just something that doesn't attract too much attention. But it's all in relationships. It's all in the, it's all relative, is what I mean. So if you take attention, if you bring the attention somewhere, you lose it somewhere else, and it's just how you balance all of that stuff to tell the story that you want with your piece. But I would definitely look at the composition and storytelling class. I think you get a lot out of that one. But yeah, well, that helps, Luke. Really looking forward to see your other works, and yeah, and seeing a little bit more of the kind of like the process, how you got to that point. Moving on to Envaria. Welcome, Envaria, new students again. Thank you for that. So I've been doing digital art since 2017, and hope to evolve my skills to one day become a good cover illustrationist and perhaps a 3D prop designer. Going back here, Luke, whenever you have like any question or any doubt as to what the anatomy should look like, look it up. You know, like this is such nicely, so well rendered down here. But then the metal, not as much, and then the skin is well rendered too, well shaded. But the anatomy is a little bit off, so like the shading really doesn't come through as much as it could. Whenever you have any doubts, any questions, load up a reference. Always. Because this is a really good piece. I mean, that one too. If it was just a little bit more accurate, it would be a great piece. I'm counting on you. Right on, so doing digital art since 2017, alright, so not too long ago, and I hope to evolve my skills to one day become a book cover illustrationist and perhaps a 3D prop designer. That's pretty far apart, but you have time to figure that out. So on the left is my finished work for Photoshop for digital production. I wonder if I could get some critique on the combining images and the color correct May from Overwatch underneath. Combining images. Let's look at them apples. It's a big pile of apples. It looks good to me. And then this one here. It's getting a little cold. Our little frisky in here. There we go. Ooh. Nice. So the perspective almost works here. And I only say almost because, you know, the ship, based on the ship, I think the horizon would be more like here, looking at just like the details, looking at the deck, maybe a little higher, maybe here. So, and then your horizon is a little higher there. Not a huge deal, but if you had like a ship where you're looking at the ship maybe a little bit more from above, I think it might have been a better fit in this one. But when you look at it quickly, it kind of fits. And maybe I'm crazy. Maybe the horizon was actually much higher than that. We'll never know. That feels pretty good. So I'm guessing this rock here was added. This lighthouse, the boat, the ship. Yeah. All right. Maybe I would like get the green here out of there. That green looks weird because everything is so purple, purplish pink, blue. the yellow the yellow green here just a little bit out of place. And then we have, where's the light source in here? Coming from looking at the mountains in the back, dark side, light side, so probably the light source coming from, I mean, it's nighttime, so the sun was probably here. So keeping that in mind, you know, like the sun is set, most likely, I would think, or maybe about to set, but it's coming from the left. So all of your elements in here should be lit from the left for the most part. So that's good here, like on the lighthouse. The ship here, you have a little bit more light on that side, like on the left side, so that on the right side. So that seems strange. Like the ship might work better if you flipped it around, where most of the light would be on this side, just like the mountains, right? The mountains receive the light on this side, this side, this side, and the ship should as well. The lighthouse works well. Here you get the light, you get the purple light, but on the other side here, it's just the sky. So that's gonna be just a light source, sure, but it won't be nearly as intense as that. You can see it in action here on the mountain. So it tints the mountains a little bit purple, but it's definitely not as dark, not as light. That's what you have here. Although that's a little more advanced of an ocean. You know, we'll see like lights and colors theory a little bit later in the program. So all of that should make sense, hopefully soon. But it's well integrated. It's just the colors a little bit off, the lighting just a little bit off, and maybe value wise we could like we could push, you know, in the foreground you usually want to have a little bit more contrast than in the background. So that's why here we can see much of the details, right? It looks almost like a flat color. It's not flat for sure. I'm sure there's a lot of details back there if you were to go there, but we can't see it. We can see it more in the foreground. So that's why, like all these trees here, it gets really dark. I think we could lighten this up a bit, almost like add a little bit of fog in between us and those mountains. Make them feel further away. Same thing here in the back with these leaves. Maybe the tree house too a little bit. Maybe this rock too a little bit. So that the ship that's left is full contrast. So it's closer to the foreground, it's closer to the viewer, and so it should have a little bit more of that contrast. That's gonna make it feel closer to us. Nice, nailed it. It's really good. And then for this one here, yeah, so is that yours? I forgot what mine looks like. But this one is here is going to be, so a combination of the above. So if I remember correctly, levels, color balance, and contrast. I forgot, I would need to look at the homeworks again. So I don't know, is that your end result, or is that, I just don't know what I'm looking at right now. I would need to have like the assignments next to it. But if that's, because I can't remember if you start like this and then that's the goal, or you start like this and then this is what you did. I just don't have the original next to me, so I don't know how close it is to the original. But I'm just gonna say though that you need to do this in 3 steps. That's it, no more. Because if you do more steps than that, then you're gonna possibly damage the image in a way that you wouldn't be able to bring it back to what it was. So let's say, you know, damage in this way. So let's say I darken this a little too much, and I play with the layers here, the levels. Maybe I go this way. I'm like, all right, that looks good. Oh, but now it's a little too dark, so I'm gonna brighten it up now. And if you try to brighten that up, then you just don't have the pixel information anymore, right? So it looks like poo-poo. Try another way too to brighten this up. Even if you bring it back to something that's light, you just don't have the information in the pixels. It's gone forever. And so if you use more than 3 transformations, like more than 3 edits, adjustments to your colors, you just start again from the original and then try it again. So you should be able to do it in 3 steps. 1, 2, 3, and then you're done. So yeah, you can get back to me on this one here. If that made no sense. But let's take a look at what you have here. So on the right, some of my current work helped improve during this course. I am sure that we'll be able to improve these quite a lot. But those are nice. 2017, you're saying? Nice. I'm happy that you started to do art. You gotta think for this. These are actually really nice. You have a good eye, good taste in colors. Very cool. I'm excited. So really excited to see how you progress in the coming months. Oh, there it is. I can't tell. So let's just say that this was the original, and what I would do, like those 3 steps that I was talking about here. So maybe first we look at the overall value. So right now, it doesn't go dark enough. Maybe we can push that towards the darkness more. Get back like a similar amount of contrast. Don't want to go too hard on anything. Don't want to get rid of any of the values here, so not playing with that too much. Just in the center here, just balancing what's already there. I think it was level, was it curves that I did? You can darken the darker values, brighten up the lighter colors this way. And then a little bit less saturation. Color balance, bring some yellow in here. Boink. A lot of yellow. Shadows. A bit of red, because now the sand is not red enough. So just done really quickly. It's still a little bit off, right? So the legs here would need further adjustment. So anyways, I would need to like retweak it a little bit, but that's kind of the process. So you don't want to change too much in any of your adjustments. It's just like small effects over small effects that make a big difference. But in here, the biggest problem is that it's missing a ton of yellow, and so you just need to bring that yellow back in there. It's going to increase the contrast a lot. So just try to adjust the colors first, and then you can do like the final adjustments. Right above is the instruction. Yeah, but I don't know if she like overlapped hers on top. Yeah, probably right though. That's probably just a copy of my sheets. So anyways, that's the logic. I don't know if that helps, but you let me know. And we're gonna take a short break. Be back in like 5, 6, 7 minutes to resume with Thibaut. Hello, look at that. All right, we'll take a look at that a little bit later when I come back. Peace out. We are back. All right. Let's keep going. Dun, 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 dun. We're at Thibaut now. That looks good. What's up? So, I am doing good, especially after seeing this. This might be my last submission, so thank you very much for the past critique. You are more than welcome. So I want to know if this drawing, on this drawing, what can be improved, and if the colors look right. Color blindness, red and green. Can you believe that? This guy's colorblind. If I could add some light effect to get it more interesting. Right. Well. Well. Since you have like, although it's kind of cool. Like color-wise. I think, so you have like a little bit of green down here. This guy's cape is green. Maybe I would tone down like the green back here, because the green here is pretty intense, pretty saturated, especially the light, especially the highlights here, very saturated, compared to him at least. So he's also saturated, but not that saturated. So maybe like taking some of that saturation out and just giving it to him instead. I think that might help make him feel even more like the hero of the story, because there's a lot of colors going on here. You know, this is pretty different from the rest of the color palette, so that attracts like a fair amount of attention. But that wouldn't be a problem if he was just slightly more saturated and to be able to steal the show. So yeah, a little bit less intensity in the green back here. And then maybe some more green for the trees here. Like, I don't mind them being, you know, more orange. It looks alright. It looks good. But since you have some green down here already, maybe that would be a better fit. Some light, saturated green instead. Something like that. Just so that yeah, where it's green everywhere. We're in the forest. Back here, maybe even lighter than that. So just a little bit more, a little splash of green everywhere, and yeah, color-wise, I think that's it. So now composition, we'll have to probably change just a little bit. So hopefully you have this on like a different layer, but this whole bird, the fact that it's like leaning against the side of the canvas, I wouldn't recommend. So instead, if you have it a little closer to the main character, I think that'd be better. Maybe they could even overlap, like he's partially behind him. Very present. And back here. Be gone, bird. Yeah, this way it feels less like a, you know, like character here, character there, and more like a team. I don't know if they're a team. Doesn't really matter. They look better closer together. That guy here, that guy's fine because he's looking inside, you know, inside of the scene towards the action. This one might work on the side here if he were looking the other side. If his head was pointing that way. You just usually try to avoid characters looking directly outside of the canvas when they're so close to the canvas. It's the same, like I've mentioned this maybe a few times a while back, but it's the same as having somebody like right in front of you go, hey, look, and then what do you want to do, right? You want to look too, you want to look back, like what are you pointing at? It's the same thing kind of when you have a character facing and the character's eyes are closed here, so maybe not as much, but when you have a character looking at the side of the canvas here towards something that we can't see, it creates a slight discomfort, so just trying to avoid it. But yeah, like this, composition is slightly tweaked. So yeah, so this focal point now is a lot heavier visually. And then talking about the lights, I mean, you did a really good job with the light in here. This feels super cozy already. Of course, you can always push it more, make it even brighter. But man, that was good. That was really good. Let's see what we can add here. What if that tree was real bright? How bright can things be? We'll find out. Birdie, and it's shaded really well too. Roots, maybe a little bit more lights. Bottom of the trees. These roots, maybe this little guy has got. More lights. It makes it a little bit more dramatic, but it's essentially just a little bit more than what you did. So I don't know how you organize your layers. It doesn't look like the light is on a separate layer, but if it had been, then you could have just duplicated it and made it twice as bright. But yeah, if it were me, I'd totally push the lighting because it's always more fun. And then with more lights, you also get more bounce lights. So maybe on the inside of that trunk here, you get some of that greenish bounce lights from the grass. Lighten that up. Make it even cozier. Bouncy bounce light. Down here too. Maybe a branch too. Maybe on his knees too. But yeah, not too much. You can always push it more. There's no end to it, but yeah. Anyways, all of this to say that already it was a beautiful painting. Now I'm really curious to see what you did. You know, when you joined the program, see the difference. Because man, that's like if you joined with this piece, I'll be like, bro, I can always teach stuff, but but you're already really good. What are you doing here? Awesome stuff. That helps. Moving on to Cody. So finally making a book, and this is concept art of the first scene as well as some main character shot. I'm having trouble finding ways to utilize black in a way I'm satisfied with. I'm going for something similar to Katsuhiro Otomo's Akira, and I added a page, for example. My problem here is that my grays are getting too similar to each other, and I feel like I'm being really shy when it comes to shading with straight black. Do you have any advice on, I guess, making this stuff look more solid and closer together, closer to something like black and white manga? Yep, we can certainly look at the style choices in here and replicate that. It's just style choice. The hard part is the fundamentals, the style. It's the walk in the park. So if you want to do something more like this, trying to look at so the skin is almost never shaded. Skin always super bright. Any jacket or any fabric that's like above 50% gray, they just make it white. It's really really just the darkest of colors that he's going to represent in here, in like give it a tone. So that makes it simpler in a way, you know, you just shade everything in white. So no shading essentially. And you will shade, I mean, even like this, there's no shading. Right, so that's one thing. There's usually no shading in manga. It's just flat colors. So I would start this way, you know, start with just a black and white image. No, I mean, it is black and white. Just the literally black and white, and like no grays in between, nothing. Just the lines, and that's all. And then like the trees in this case, in his case, he would probably just paint all black, you know, so the tree would be treated very similar to his jacket, I would guess. So mostly just black shapes with some little highlights of white left and right, or maybe some highlights of like more that kind of color. Right, so the tree would be mostly black. Okay, let's try it. It's not gonna be the same, but probably the tree would be mostly this color. And then maybe the highlights in it would be like light gray, something like that. And then that would be against a completely white building. Because the building, unless it's way dark, it would just show up as white based on what he's doing here. This here, like this one scene, that's a little different than the rest. Like this definitely feels a little bit more shaded than this one here. There's no shading here, nothing at all. Maybe a little bit in the corner there, but not much. And here you have a lot more shading. Shading here, in the back there, the light effects impact the shading on the wall. Essentially it's just a lot simpler than what you have here. Looks good, man. That looks really good. This building, super well constructed. I'm guessing you did in 3D because it's almost too precise to be done by hand. But if you drew the whole thing, well done. That's good. It has to be 3D, right? Right. Like the distance of each of these planks. Very nice. The stairs too. Oh my god. Yeah. So, So the trees, probably like the bushes, the foliage would be probably like this, treated this way. Very simple, very graphic. You only take like the extremes. So any like in between colors in here, you can just get rid of it. So it's gonna be just flat, simple colors, 2 tones, no more. That's all. And then when that's not the case, when stuff is a little bit lighter than that, then it just goes to pure white. So a lot more like if you were to just increase the crap out of the contrast here. Can't really achieve the same here because there's more information in yours, but already that would be, at least in terms of the values, that'd be a little bit closer, you know. So just a ton more contrast. And treat the trees slightly differently. Maybe the trunks are white too. They might be. If you were to make trees, yeah, it'd probably be white. So yeah, everything else, you know, just so that the house doesn't stand out as being like the only thing that's kind of glowing white. Probably everything else would be white too. And yeah, maybe keeping like the shadows, because I see there's a little bit of shadow here, so he does draw it sometimes. Yeah. Looking at the characters here, just something like this one looks great. That one looks good too. The one here, 3/4 view, is just something going on with the perspective of the eyes. Let's try to adjust that a bit. That one here, maybe. A little lower. And the corner here probably hidden behind the nose. See that? And that would be kind of it. The character looks really good. Maybe again like a little too worked. I mean, not that I'm complaining. That looks great. But in here, you know, it's just more contrast. That's it. Everything that's mid-light goes to white. Everything that's really dark goes to dark gray. Everything that's even darker than that just turns to pure black. Let's see. Screw it, I just lost my I just overwrote all I did. But anyways, I hope that helps, Cody. A little bit. Moving on. That was dumb. Oh wells. Someone's leaving. I'm finally done with all the coding that's been eating up my days, and I've begun to start sketching some VV panels on my own for the comics, so I'm not as good at it as Hannah, but I'm pretty happy with how things are going. What's up, Livio? There's a few things that I've had trouble with on this page, though, and I'd love to get some of your advice while it's still in the sketch stage. It's my first real page, and Hannah set the bar real high, so help me make it a good one, please. She did do that. Yep. Things that confuse me. Vivid's ears from behind, relative size of characters in perspective, how to add interest to bottom left panel. Yeah, I mean that's a good question. It kind of depends, like how you guys imagine her in the first place. Are the ears going back, like ours, like human ears? Probably, right? Like an elf. Yeah, in that case, maybe just have them seen from behind, just like what you did, but maybe more at an angle. So instead of being this pointy, this long, it's just be much shorter. Same idea, but just shorter, like it's more foreshortened. Color picking, not able to color pick properly today. What's going on? Yeah, from this particular angle, just that triangle for the ear, just make it shorter. That's it. When she's looking all the way to the back, just as long as you had them, no problem. It's just this particular angle here, like that one here too. That triangle, just make it a shorter triangle. Like we're looking at the ear a lot more foreshortened. That should do it. And if she's facing from the front like this, she's still looking away from us. But if she's looking at us slightly from the front here, or as a profile shot, then you get to see the inside of the ear. Anyway, let's move on. Taking too long here. Emphasize the character perspective. So for that's why, you know, a lot of people that do that kind of stuff, we use the 3D scene so that you have like you can create like a basic scene like this, have just the same character kind of duplicated a bunch of times, and have them, you know, at any distances from the camera, and then you just draw that. You just draw over it based on the reference point that you have. So to draw them from scratch like this, it's gonna take you way longer. I mean, you could measure it. I would recommend it to measure it if you don't use the 3D scene for it. So yeah, you would just start with maybe this person here. That's her full size. Snap that. We put her on the ground. Down here, maybe this tall. That's Vivi's height. What is that like in the far distance? So you know, we could have like a vanishing point in here. Maybe the vanishing point is that door. Simple one-point perspective. And so that same person back there in the scene would be, makes no sense. That's not the vanishing point at all. The vanishing point in here, maybe horizon there. Yeah, the size of that door doesn't work. That's another problem. But yeah, could just have those vanishing points, vanishing lines. Just need one to get like an idea, somewhat of an idea of what that would look like in here. But yeah, probably further than that. Way further. And then you could have that in the scene, like far back here, back here. What does that look like? Actually, let me redo that. Let's put the horizon way higher. This building probably continues. So if the horizon is up here, then yeah, that would make more sense. But it's a good old trick, you know, just like you measure the height with your. The scene wasn't constructed in here, so like that's why it doesn't really work. It would be better if you just draw like a simple box in the correct perspective, and then you draw the rest. All the time, so this way you can always do those things. Or if if it's a box like this that's gonna need it, then construct it roughly. But in here, since you don't have any real perspective guidelines, you just need to eyeball it or recreate the entire the entire room kind of really roughly and measure what that would look like farther back in the scene based on the vanishing points that you would then have, or just use 3D. 3D is usually the way for that kind of stuff. Drawings will be yours, but to measure the heights of stuff, yeah, you don't need to waste time measuring all that stuff. If you're looking to crank these pages out, if you're looking to learn, then sure. confused by focal length. Focal length really, all it does is it brings the vanishing points together. That's all, or farther apart. So if you reduce the focal length, then let's say you had like a scene like this, where you had vanishing points far apart like this, and maybe you had like a little box drawn in there, whatever. If you increase the focal length, or if you decrease the focal length, you go from like in 3D, you know, it's usually in like in Maya, for example, it's gonna be 35. And then if you reduce that to like 20 or 15, then it's gonna bring these two together. You're gonna be here instead now, and so you're gonna get a lot more of that kind of fisheye effect. It'll just make the distortion more intense. So everything that's in the front will appear way in the front. Everything that's in the back will appear way in the distance. It's just, it pushes the perspective more. Anyways, how to add first one left hand. How to add interest to this. Maybe yeah, like those two panels very similar. That one too. Maybe this one, maybe this panel is more like this panel. And then for the middle panel, so that it's different from the right panel, you do like a close-up on his face, so that you feel more like his emotions, like he's not happy about any of this. You know, kind of like zooming on him in the middle of the crowd. And then treating this one here so that you don't have to draw the characters, like just copying that on here. Essentially swapping them out. To save myself some time and to have to redo the least amount of stuff, that's what I would do. But super cool. Really, really nice page. Everything reads super well otherwise. Great stuff, leave you. So wouldn't that door be a lot smaller than it appears in the top right panel? Depends. It could if you push these. Yeah, if you reduce the focal length, yes. But if the focal length is more normal, like a little bit more flat, like you would do if you were like you would get if you were really far from the subject with like a what's the word? Like those super long lens, you know. Then it tends to flatten everything. And the door might be the same size as she is or close to it. So it's the distance you are to the subject. So the closer you are to the subject, the more that effects will be pronounced, the more distorted stuff will seem, and the bigger the subject will appear compared to stuff further back in the scene. But if you're really far, if you take a shot back here and you take if you take the same photo, then those two compared to the distance in front of those two appear to be a lot closer together. And so there's not gonna be that big of a difference between them in terms of scale. Moving on to Santiago. Hope everything is great. Healthier. I'm back with a piece from last week. The sketch already is a little bit more polished. I'm having troubles as to how I should arrange the character in terms of overall composition and how much space she should occupy in the canvas. I was thinking of putting her in some kind of falling building surrounded by enemies or something like that. I would really appreciate if you could help pointing out general mistakes and help me a little bit in composition and background terms. As always, thank you. So she's a blood bender. So I was thinking of putting special blood surrounding her sword. Yes, if that's yeah. Because otherwise, there's really not much in here that would tell us that. So yeah, that'd be a nice touch. See her in action. See her in action, bending some blood. I mean, for shots like this, I think personally, like what I would do is I would zoom in on her even more. Because what's important in here her her pose would be able to, we'd be able to tell her pose even without her legs. If you were to crop this out, maybe like this to make it more intimate, make more like a splash art. Otherwise, the composition works really well. A good balance everywhere. Maybe this foot is a little bit off, so that's not composition, but a bit of anatomy. It's just like it feels like the ground is not even, right? Feels like this is the ground. Yeah. Right, so there's probably a little bit of a tilt in here, I would think. If that's the case, then yeah, the anatomy here is a little weird. Foreshorten that some more. But yeah, that seems like the floor. That seems like it's also the horizon. If I'm reading this wrong, maybe I'm reading this all wrong. If I'm reading this right, rather. Because yeah, it looks like the camera's on the ground and we're kind of, looking right at the action. But the ground is slightly tilted for added dynamism. The sword here, the curve in the sword, like look at a reference for that. That's slightly off right now. That seems like a strange curve. Comes out straight and then curves. Maybe less. But yeah, reference is gonna be your best friend for this, because the sword feels like it's like, even if you want to add like a little bit of like the bending, just to make make it more dynamic. Still look at a reference just so that at least the blade part here is solid. So right now it feels like the blade is a little soft. It feels more like a flame almost. Like it's too bendy. Almost like you have the hilt and then the sword's kind of like that. Yeah, composition is really solid, man. Really good. Putting her in some kind of falling building surrounded by enemies, something like that. That's ambitious. Very ambitious. Maybe just like a victim of her bloody efforts. Maybe like some dude that's passed out back here on the ground, dead, not passed out. He dead. And that would explain, why maybe she's got some blood on her blades and why that power is activated. But yeah, like some, like the buildings, falling building. How the hell do you draw this? With the little amount of space that you have left, I think that's pretty ambitious. Maybe tone it down, tone down the scope a little bit, like to the point where you can add it maybe later, like maybe add more people in the back, if needed, like maybe some guy here. Hey, I'm gonna get you. But yeah, the last thing that I would say here maybe is making that knee a little bit bigger, like having more foreshortening on that on the knee, coming closer to us, because it is right. The knee is closer than she is. Yeah, maybe making that. Something like that. Very good so far. Not much for me to not much for me to say. Other than that, yeah, some minor adjustments. We'll be good to go. Looking forward to see how this turns out. Peyton, I got 3 more pages done this week, and I'd like to get this coming done by June 20th. You get a page done a day, and to keep you motivated, I'm keeping the most exciting action-packed pages to do for later on. Good idea. So the question for this week is everything. If everything reads well. Also, my mom wants me to get a job. Flashback to my own parents when I turned 16. It's time to get a job, and I ended up working at Costco in the night shift. Those memories. I wish I didn't have them. I can't seem to find a job that I'm fit for. My age isn't helping. So if anyone has any suggestions. Yeah, man, what the hell can you do at that age? Really quickly after that, I started to do commission, so they couldn't say anything. Like, I'm making money with art. Why should I need another job? That's not productive. Yeah, who knows? You're on your own there. What kind of job can you do at 16? No idea. I'm too old for this. So yeah, I had a quick look at these pages. Very nice. Very, very nice. So this one is just like, what's going on? What's this? Maybe have like more of these, like those are like blaze, right? Like ashes, blazes, who knows? But maybe more of it, like shinier, like maybe a little bit of orange glow coming from the top too, like just to push that point that, oh, something's falling on her, or something's about to fall on her. No, that's not it. Maybe hard light. Yeah, a little bit more of that stuff. To make it more obvious that something's falling. It's just that it's too subtle. I don't know, maybe it's not supposed to be important, but I'm guessing that she's gonna look up and then see what's happening. Maybe not. I don't know. This one here, that's good. This one here too. After this this box, no problem. She saw the magic coming towards her, and then now it's interacting with her. Very efficient there. There's still this damn box here that it's not working for me. Like I don't understand what it's coming out of. Same thing for this guy. Like same thing for the same idea, you know, for the background here. It's too much. It feels like he's been teleported. Same feedback as last time. So I'm thinking maybe like a bubble, you know, like when not a bubble, but you know, like when people think of something, like just their thoughts, it's a different kind of bubble. Isn't there like a flashback, or maybe not a flashback, but like a dream state for comics that has like a specific visual to it? I don't know that I'm gonna find anything here. But almost like maybe if you had like the bed in there, or like the couch, so you have like a familiar element, because here you can see the pillow. So maybe you have like the whole couch, just like you had here, but it's gonna be everything but the couch. Like the ground and the walls now are like that. Then it would then I think it'd be a lot clearer that, oh, he's still there, he's just dreaming. It's just that it's weird stuff happening around him. Burger King, yeah, my brothers, I think they did yeah, it's like another restaurant, some grill house somewhere. I mean, as working in the kitchen, maybe, you know, like you just want, what you should always avoid. Although I don't know, maybe you're more of like a people person. I wasn't. Anything in the public where you have to interact with customers, if you want to ruin your life, that's a great way to a great job to get. So anything other than that, you know, when you're in the back doing your own thing, like cooking, that's all right. You know, it's not that bad. You're doing something, you're creating something. Text in here, maybe, yeah. If like the box is different, you know, like the just like a bubble again. So like that's speech bubble. If you have like a weird one, maybe like a, I don't know, like a different one, different than the regular one, maybe. But I feel like having the couch in here, just in the back there, like he's still, you know, still on the couch. It's just like having a big nightmare. I think that wouldn't really take much. I think it wouldn't take anything away from this particular box here. If anything, yeah, just make it maybe more clear. It's you just want to have these anchor points, you know, for each box that link them all together. So in here, there's no link at all. So that's why. And if this is a fiery portal, oh, I see. So the portals are like in the sky. Ah, gotcha. But isn't that like way higher? That's why it wouldn't be that portal, right? Because that one's like in space. And if it were in space, seen from her point of view, it would be tiny because it's so far away. This is cool though, that's so high. Costco night shifts, alright. Yeah. It's just I hate, you know, waking up at 3 in the morning. And also like you're always gonna be the kid there, you know, it's it'll be full of like dudes that have been doing this their entire lives pretty much. And so they give you the shitty jobs, like you stuck up the water. It's like the big case of water. Meanwhile they're doing like the diapers. No problem. So yeah, okay. So that port now, I get it. I get what you're doing with this. Maybe you don't see the portal. Maybe it's just the sky, because it's so far in the space. That's the disconnect, you know. So like, if this is the size in space, then seen from Earth, it's gonna be just like a tiny dot. Won't be able to see much of it. So if you're looking up at the sky right now. A little lighter towards the bottom, so we know that we're looking up. Maybe it's just like a flashback here. Something happened. far distance. And then the blue shizzle is coming towards us. Ah. Like yeah, that's hard to see also. I don't know. Maybe we don't see the smoke yet. Maybe it's just like a blue halo around it, or like yellow hit. I'm just like, what is that weird light? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to treat that one. I don't think that's a much better option. Multiple portals. I see. So that's a different one. Is that what you're saying? Or is that the same one? Yeah. If it's the same one, I don't know. I don't know how to link those two. I would look at maybe like daytime asteroids. See what that looks like in the sky when it's bright outside. Boom. Yeah, like something like this maybe. It's just, you know, it's so small. These things are huge, but, you know, seen from the sky, they're tiny. So I was thinking of something like that, but I can't see anything here. Maybe something like that. And then like the tip here is starting to turn blue. I don't know. Or maybe you just zoom in on it, you know? Oh, or maybe it's a shot of the planet and you see the thing going towards the planet. Maybe that would do it. You know, like you have the Earth in space. And then you have like that big explosion, maybe like a, I don't know where it could be, but somewhere in here. And all these things are kind of going towards it. I'm not sure. Good luck. They're different portals. I see. Then that's even more confusing. Oh, that helps. Okay, then if they're if they're different portals completely, then don't have it in the sky. I think maybe have it somewhere else. Maybe like right next to a tree, something that she would be able to see. That's kind of up close. Or maybe it's just yeah, maybe it's like a bunch of trees back here. What am I trying with? Tree, and then this portal kind of opens up right there. And so you can tell maybe you have like the cityscape back here, some buildings, some clouds in the back. You can see that it's at ground level. We're not in space, but then there's a new portal that's opening there. Like completely change the setting. I think that's gonna help, because otherwise people try to make the link. You know, I saw a portal here, I see another one there. It has to be the same one. Like visually, you know, there's nothing else that would indicate something else. So yeah, I haven't like changing the setting completely. I think that's gonna break the link and it'll be something else. It's a different one. Because the rest reads pretty well. Like whatever's in the background here, you could have in the background here as well. Those are the kinds of links that I'm talking about. Yeah, what the hell, Spaden? Moving on. I need to pick up the pace here. Oh boy, we're never gonna have time otherwise. 5 hours and 40. What do I have left? How much time is that? So let me split my time properly, otherwise we're gonna run in trouble. We're gonna have some issues here. 6 hours. Alright, so it's about 6 minutes. Let's go. 6-7 minutes per. I kept working on this, and I think I'm happy with how it turned out. I'd like to get your feedback if I call it. Oh man, Curtis. Bruh, man, look at this. Damn, that was cool. Could be like a poster for a real anime. Or a real comic show, whatever. Yeah, that was good. That's really good. The only thing now is that like the values a little bit competing a little bit. So you know when it's really bright behind, it will just like a nuclear bomb, right? Everything that's going to be in the foreground will be a lot darker. So maybe they could be darker, like you keep the really bright rim lights on them, but maybe they are much darker to contrast the background. So I don't know that I'll be able to make a good selection here quickly, but let's whatever. Go at it. Take what counts. Bye details. All right. Yeah, let's see what we can do with that. You know, if it were like this, and then somehow maybe like they're lit with a blue color, like a blue, like another light source coming from the front. Maybe. But that's a lot of changes just to accommodate the background. So maybe the background is not as intense. Maybe the background is darker. Makes sense. Maybe the explosion's completely different color. It doesn't compete with them too much because they're really warm, and there's a lot of warmth in their colors. And so if you have like a warm explosion in the background, it's kind of competing with it. So maybe it's like a fantasy explosion, has nothing to do with reality. It's just like maybe some electrical device that just blew up. I'm trying to find a color that doesn't compete with their hair though. That's another tricky thing. Maybe purple. Or maybe a combination of that. Darkening the base of it here. Yeah, just when there's a lot of light, you need to take out light somewhere else, and so I mean that could be cool. To darken the characters, add another light source. Like that's just a lot of work. I don't know if you want to do that. No, now there's like a blue light somewhere in the scene. It's just it's a lot more work. the easier route would be to just tone down the background somehow. Maybe it's just a big cloud of smoke, so maybe you have like a little bit of that warmth back here, like at the base of the explosion, but other than that, just dark smoke. A little bit more of that warmth in here and everything else. Yeah, the background right now is definitely too screams too loudly. Competes with the characters too much. So trying to find something. Maybe something in that direction could work. There's many ways that you could go about it. But yeah, the easiest is to change the background because that's the stuff that you committed the least amount of time to. So. Maybe a combination of some of the things that I did here would do it, but when it comes to the characters themselves, damn, they look good. Especially, oh, nice. And a little bit of glow in here. Hells yeah. Yeah, man, characters look awesome. A++, plus. Crushing it. Moving on to Elan. What's up, Elan? I tried to do this fun out of 02, but latex suit doesn't really look like it. What am I doing wrong? And how should I approach setting different textures for my future paintings? Did you take a look at the physics of material class? If not, go right now, because I talk about a lot of the logic behind materials, and if you understand the logic, you can pretty much figure out how to paint anything. So, yeah, for latex, I mean, it'll be treated just like a slightly shiny surface for the most part, and then where the highlight is, very bright, very, very shiny. So, let's see. So you have something like this. I would shade it kind of normally. You know, just like a regular cylinder. Darker on the edges, brighter in the middle. If you don't have any specific light sources. And then here on the side, maybe some highlights back there. It is a shiny material, so you're gonna get a little bit of a rim light there. And the main highlights, something like that. Super shiny, and depending, you want to place those highlights in the right spot. Don't want them to be all random because they represent like a light source that's shining at the material. But yeah, like oops, making sure I don't have anything 18 and up in here. Yeah, as you can see here, like it's all black, shaded like a slightly reflective surface, but then the highlights is crazy bright. Great. Come on, man. And yeah, overall, it's gonna be reflective too. So, kind of like the rim light that I'm talking about, that thing right here, going on the back. Here you have little bit of reflection for the grounds, and then the main highlights being super, super bright. Yeah, this is another great example. I mean, almost no shading, just a little bit of shading, super dark, and then really, really bright highlight. Placed in the right spot, kind of sells it as being a really shiny latex kind of substance. So yeah, same idea here. Slightly reflecting the background here, gray, the background. And then, put down. Very shiny. So this is the way. It's really tricky to do it well. It takes a lot of you really need to consider the anatomy. Otherwise, your highlights here is just it will be placed all wrong, and then it won't make any sense. It won't look like what it should be. But if the highlight is placed at the right spot, at the point that that faces the light source the most directly, like everywhere on the body. So we want to find that where that point is everywhere here. So maybe on the ribs would be something like this here. Maybe a point there, something like that. So yeah, it's tricky to find exactly where those highlights would be, but look at references, see, just like I did here, Get out of here. And yeah, another example here for the top, like where to place those highlights. Look it up. It's actually pretty simple to shape. It's just that one highlight, the brightest highlight is gonna make a huge difference. So you gotta get it right. How? Damn window, can't grab it. There we go. So, I hope it helps. Looks great so far. But yeah, the materials feel a little bit flat, a little bit, not flat, but a little bit matte. That's what you want to get. That helps. Moving on to the late Ryan. What's the Ryan? It's been a while. What do you think of the background? I'm basically done with this. Hit me with that feedback. Right on. Also looking for how to make it feel more alive and contrasty. Oh, I have an idea or two. So she's right by a tree, right? So trees have canopies. There's mass up here to block the sun. So next to a tree, usually, unless the tree is like super tall, or unless the light source, it's like whatever. Usually, it'll be in the shadows around the tree. And so yeah, in her case, she could be in the shades, maybe partially. And so she's gonna be like mostly using like blue colors, bluish colors, cool colors, not necessarily blue, but cooler colors. And then the background could be the sunny part that contrasts with that. Seems like maybe that's what you were going for anyways in the first place. So let me get that latex legging out of here so I can look at the chat. There we go. So yeah, so number one, brightening the background so that there's a clear contrast between the two, because right now sharing similar values. Let's brighten up the background here. better with the curves. There you go. Background here not going to be super important, and also since it seems like we're pretty close to the character, the stuff in the back will most likely be blurred. You're gonna get a little bit of what's the word? Depth of field. There we go. Brain took a second there. Blur, Gaussian blur. Could get away with some of that, and then maybe have more that's maybe not as blurry. But still somewhat blurry. Blur, some more. No, Gaussian. Gaussian blur. Alright, now we have background. Kind of. Maybe it's a little warmer even. Just warm it up. No. Nice and sunny in the back. No. Okay, so now it's sunny in the back. We got that done finally. Now her is gonna be in the shadows a little bit. So let's add maybe a little bit of blue here to her colors. Let's go with that. What the heck? Shoulder. Maybe she's missing a shoulder here. Add that back in there. Just as she's lifting her glass, you know, so like that's gonna poke out a bit. But yeah, but the rest looks good. Like nice character. Her hands. I'm saying her. Is that her? Maybe more of the dude, right? I don't see any breasts. I guess it's a dude. Just had such sexy eyes that I got confused. Yeah, to grab that thing in the back here. Maybe more mass to the hand. It feels pretty flat, pretty thin. So maybe just adding a little bit more to that palm. Maybe making it. Yeah. So, anyways, now we have a character here, slightly darker, slightly bluer. Now, let's add some blue light from the sky. Sunny sky out. Get a lot of that nice saturated blue tones everywhere. Almost like he's lit by blue light. Same thing on the tree trunk in the back here. A lot of these details gonna catch the lights of the sky. Could be a little darker coming from the top because there's less light. going as fast as I can. And then maybe more light from below when the sunlight's bouncing off the ground and back onto him. I said lighter, not multiplier. And then to top it off, let's add some holes in those leaves so that he gets sunlight too. Here, maybe there, maybe here, maybe something like this. Maybe that's too intense. Maybe you want to do the complete opposite, where he's in the bright sun and then back there it's just like the shadow of the tree. That could be it too. If the light's coming from a different angle, maybe like from this side here. So yeah, anyways, you take this. I think it could look cool. You just have to make sure, keep in mind that you to separate the planes with the colors. So if he's in the shadows, usually those colors are going to be a little bit cooler, and everything that's not in the shadows warmer. Right now everything is kind of warm. Like, there's a little bit of blue on him, but not enough. And it would have to be the tree as well. So the whole plane, the whole foreground. All right, that's my time. Well, that helps. Moving on to Kevin. So here are more Term 1 mannequin studies. I think I overcame the difficulties I was facing last week. How are these? My pelvis is improving. Be critical. Right on. Also, I heard an artist say it's important to understand how an image works and not just copy what you see. I'm afraid I might be doing this, but what did they mean by understand how an image works? Also, do you think I am ready to explore anatomy on Term 2? An artist once said, So I can't say for sure what that person was referring to, but maybe it's referring to just how you observe instead of just copy what you see. So it's that processing that goes in between, right? So you see something, and then you're like, all right, I see it that way, but what really am I seeing? So that you can absorb more of it. So that analysis. So you could just see this and be like, acting like a photocopy machine. So you just look at this figure here, and instead of analyzing anything, you just go, all right. So the top line right here, like you got it very locally. So maybe so this line here goes like this, and then it goes straight down, almost like going at it pixel by pixel, and then it goes like that, then like that, and then let's say you're done, you did the whole thing. What did you learn? Nothing at all. All you did is just look at where that line is and try to copy it. There's no analysis here. You're just copying what you're seeing, just a photocopy machine. Not very impressive. And that's not going to help you ever draw from imagination. So what you're doing right here, that's what you got to do. That's the analysis. So you look at that, you analyze it into something. Now it's different. Hey, that's not the reference, but it's your analysis of the reference, and that is going to allow you to understand better your references in the future, get more out of observing these types of references, and essentially doing this, understand how this works rather than what this just looks like. Why is it that way? Is this just a leg? No, it's not just a leg for us artists. It's also a volume in 3 dimensions. It's a cylinder. And then there's another cylinder down here. That's probably what that person meant. How this is constructed. It's the construction of it. And there you go. To tie it in real nice, you have a full page full of constructions. If you're ready to move on to anatomy in term 2. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have a really good, by now, really good understanding of those volumes in space. You can, your observation is getting real good. You know, the way that you isolate all these volumes just based on this simple reference, and identifying the angle of all the cylinders. You did really well. Yeah, I think it'll be fun to learn how, you know, how this all actually works with the muscles on it. What do these volumes translate into? Why is this so compressed? Was it just to make it fit in the was it just to make it fit in the page or what? Because these are all distorted. That's not a real person. It's probably more like this, no? Boing. Same with this dude. Am I crazy? No, right? They are scaled weird. Yeah. But anyways, doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters if you're studying off of a distorted image, so make sure that's not the case. But your constructions look awesome, so you did a really good job. There's plenty of information in here, especially with when it comes to the volumes in space. Yeah, man, you're more than ready to move on. Really good stuff. Uh-oh. Oh no. Who is this? Forgot to grab the description here. For Salome. Here's what I did for the 1 point perspective assignment. I realized too late that we were supposed to draw a room in our flat. So I gave Marc's room a makeover. Oh, of course. You do whatever you want. You can draw any room you want. To use your own room is just an easy way to get inspiration, you know, for what to actually draw, what to fill the room with, because sometimes that's a problem initially. But yeah, going about, man, that looks good. What the hell? Did a really good job of this. I almost like your version better than mine. So I tried to give it a steampunk, but also a cyber kind of look. Looking forward to the critique. Right on. All right, let's count for mistakes. Those are easy to mess up, but these lights here on top of the ceiling. Like that works great, you know, the way that you deform that. Yes, that definitely feels in perspective. This stuff here, maybe not as much. Like it's deformed, but not quite enough to fit the perspective feels like. Yeah, it's a little bit off. But one way to calculate these lights, because the lights here, if we were to take them out, you know, and look at them like flat, they would probably be more like that. It's just that in perspective they look more like that, so more circular, but because the perspective kind of flattening them out. So I'm guessing those lights with those holes are in fact circular, probably. Yeah, anyways, to draw this you just have to draw a square here. approximately. And a good way to think about it is that anything that's circular but in perspective is always going to be flat horizontally, never vertically. That's not true. If it's on the wall, it'll be flat vertically, but but it will never be longer towards the vanishing point than it is wide. Does that make sense? So if you have a circle on the wall, and circles in perspective, it's never going to be longer this way. It's never going to be longer in the direction of the vanishing point. It's always going to be longer perpendicular to the vanishing point. So if it's on this wall here, perpendicular to this line here, longer, wider this way. If it's on the roof, going towards the vanishing point, it's going to be wider this way, again, perpendicular to it. So, well, that makes more sense. So when you see something that's not, then you're like, all right, either it's a really, really long hole, like an oval, or the perspective is wrong. So yeah, similar idea here, right? So this is pretty circular. It probably shouldn't be. It probably should be more like an oval, like this. Because we can try it. You know, we can draw a circle and deform it in exactly the same perspective here to see what that would look like. That's a perfect circle. Let's bring this bad boy. Oops. What have I done? Let's bring this bad boy in here. Snap it to the corners. A little bit lower here to match the line for the ground. And then, yeah, you get something like that. So a lot longer, right, as a result of the perspective. So just keep that in mind when drawing something circular. But everything else in the scene, though, maybe those books, again, like the frequency of those books would increase with the distance. You can measure that. Let's do it. Why not? Why the hell not? Let's say you have the vanishing point here, and then you have like the first book. To draw the other book, we just need to find that middle here. It's not gonna be super accurate because I'm eyeballing this like crazy. And trace a line going towards, like slashing this in the middle, and then you go take that corner, go through the point here, and touch. So go through the intersection here that the edge creates, and continue all the way down until you touch. And then repeat this process again. Starting back here, touch, reach the ground, straight up. And now that I'm eyeballing this, it's looking all sorts of wrong. But what you should find is that as you do this more and more, the distance gets shorter and shorter. And yeah, like the only reason I'm pointing this out is that back here, like that's probably fine. That looks about right. But back here, you'll just get probably a lot more of that frequency, because it gets really, really tight together real quick. Other than that, this looks sick. You did a really good job here. Oh, another thing, the base of that, same idea. So you'll want to draw a square in the right perspective. So I'm just using your planks here. Find the center for that square. X marks the spot. Have the vanishing line kind of go right down the middle here and across. Now you have 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, and you can trace a perfect ellipse. Not going to be tilted in any way. It'll just be perfectly flat on the ground, perfectly symmetrical if you were to split it in half. And yeah, that would be the base for that one here. But everything else that's not circular, you aced it. Awesome scene. Yep. Moving on to Jackson. So, I hope you're doing well, Jackson. This week I decided to try taking a concept I've done and make an illustration based off of it. It's a heavy work in progress, so things like anatomy and rendering are pretty rough still, but as far as the overall colors, composition, and values, what do you think could be improved? Text. Your background is darker than half gray. Your text needs to be white. Just completely lost my train of thought. Focus, Marc. So, but as far as the overall colors, composition, and values, what do you think could be improved? I keep switching between wanting to try more muted colors like Magic the Gathering or having brighter colors and more contrast like Blizzard. I don't know, you say more muted colors like Magic the Gathering. Velinov, my old friend. Svetlin. I mean, if you call that muted, I don't know. It's pretty damn colorful to me. But by the way, have a look at this guy. This guy's art. Like we kind of grew up together on DeviantArt, doing like never really interacted or anything. It was just followed him for so long, so many years. He's come a long way. I mean, he was pretty good back then too, but my God, is he good now? Anyways, just trying to argue with you because yeah, his stuff's super colorful. So you don't have to compromise. You can just do colorful art. You'll be fine. You can work in both cases. What would work better in this piece though? Brighter, more colorful, or more muted? Personally speaking, I think when you can restrain your colors more, it shows more skill if you can still make it work, rather than having a ton of saturation everywhere. So I feel like this looks more professional to me. This here. But it could be kind of in between, maybe, you know, like seeing the blood through the wings, and also like these veins are gnarly. You don't want to cut that, it's gonna bleed to death. Maybe it could be kind of a mix of both. So maybe like right next to the light source, you see more of that effect, and maybe a little bit more away from it, kind of diminishes, and you see more of that the color from the other side, maybe like the color of the environment, the blueness, the bluishness. Of the sky having more of an impact here. And definitely, yeah, like on the edges here where it's a little thicker, maybe that effect is not as pronounced. And also, since you have like a sword here that introduces a lot of imbalance in the composition, you could have maybe the light be more dominant on the other side, the opposite side of that sword, kind of balance this out. Maybe that would help. So yeah, maybe something like that. So a hybrid, and then yeah, I really like the fiery hands. That's cool. Like whatever she's got going on here, you can go full on fire. That stand out. Yeah, it's for this piece. I think, I mean, I think in general also, it just it shows better control when you can. We can use saturation as you can use as little saturation as possible while still making it feel saturated. That makes any sense? Like this feels pretty saturated. There's no like it's clearly not a grayscale image, but the color's definitely more desaturated. Right? The blue is almost gray, the wings almost gray. And then you really focus on the composition this way, because you'll only have vivid colors where it matters. Looks super cool though, so far. Let's go back here in time a little bit. I think it helps the composition overall. Focus on her head. Really cool piece though, man. That's good. All right, moving on to Vika. Oh snap! Another card. Oh snappity snap! Oh man. Yeah, Vika, you're ready for your career to start. Hope you've been applying. That's good. That's really good. Cool concept too. Super weird. Very unique. Beautiful composition here. A lot of different materials. Damn right, Dennis. Still probably another hour and a half, maybe. We're gonna go all the way to 8 hours. Yeah, that was good. Really good. Damn, maybe here you could tone down a little bit, like the clouds in the back here. Although, I kind of like it. I kind of like it as is, but maybe it would be better balanced. Tone down a little bit of the saturation here. Not much, you know, like it looks about the same, but this is way less saturated than it used to be. See, almost pure white, pure blue. Now this is mid gray bluish. But also having that that effect in the clouds itself, I think would help reinforce the fact that it's kind of dusty in the air. So you have kind of like that dusty air that mixes with the clouds. Definitely doesn't change much, but maybe a little bit more of it. And the main reason why I'm pointing this out is that like some of the colors here, like some of the gradients, start to get a little bit of a like that extra contrast that Photoshop or that whatever painting software you're using doesn't really know how to handle. Like when it gets too much, for example, let's say you go crazy like this, it starts to like create these weird colors, like in between. Like that's not at all the colors that were there. So when you have too much saturation, that kind of stuff happens more. It's too saturated, it starts to destroy the pixels. And this area here, that's too saturated. Like it's not having any impact whether I add more or less. Less, yes, but more. It's just like the rest of the image now that gets more of that blue. But yeah, there's just a little bit too much saturation in here. It creates like these very subtle artifacts. So I would tone it down just a little bit, and then if anything, it's just gonna make the special effects here even more prominent, more interesting. Employers don't need to know that. Future employers. Fake it until you make it. Yeah, as soon as you start earning money, whatever, you can always tell them, oh, I did all these artworks when I was like really on my A game, so I'll come back. It's just that I'm stressed and I just started at the office. They're never gonna fire you after a couple of weeks. If you can deliver 100% of what you were delivering before, even if it's like 95%. Just get in there. Don't find excuses not to. I'm telling you, this is professional stuff. Yeah, that's all I got. Maybe in the foreground here, like a few more details, just so that we have that progression, that extra depth. Having more details in the foreground is going to make everything that's in the back less detail feel more grand, just because of that contrast in between the two. So here, I would punch these out a bit more and have a few more of those details. Maybe going a little darker in the foreground here. But overall, this is hot. And by the way, I think I've said this before, but if you guys are applying anywhere and you need a letter of recommendation, ask me. I'll gladly help. I'll probably ask you to just write the letter and then I'll sign it, so maybe like change a couple of things, but I will definitely put my stamp on any of you guys' stuff if I truly feel like you're ready. Hell yeah. And a professional recommendation, it adds a little something to your application. Just saying. Dina, what's up, Dina? So, oops, let's hide that real quick. Oh Jesus! Now everybody can just rewind, but hopefully I'll be able to edit that out, just so that nobody impersonates you. Snappy Snap, a giant. Exactly. So try drawing a giant woman. This piece is finished, but I'd love to hear what you think about it. You tried and you succeeded. That is a giant woman. That looks really good. Really good. There's one thing that I would recommend right away to make her feel bigger, to make this, to sell this scale, because right now she just looks like a normal sized woman and in a really small environment. So if you want to bump up that scale, you got to introduce atmospheric perspective. That never lies. You only see that impact, or you only see that effect when you have enough distance. And so if you see it, then then that would mean that you have enough distance. But without it, it could be a tiny set that she built. She's like, this diorama is killer. I've outdone myself. So one thing that you could do here, add some air in between the character here and the giant lady. Could also be a lot of glare from the sun, like a lot of that. The sun rays getting caught in the particles in the air and making it seem more opaque. The air, that is. Don't want to add too much, but because yeah, the effect that you want for her is the same as what happens when you have like mountains in the distance. the mountain up here, up close, you know, let's see, like this one here, extreme example, but in the foreground, you know, no effect of an atmospheric perspective. Everything is too close, so there's not enough distance. But the mountains in the background here, those mountains are not blue. They appear blue, just because there's enough air in between. And so, since your giant girl essentially represents a mountain in this case, you know, she should have more of that blue versus the foreground that should be more contrasting, less of that effect. So yeah, adding more fog, that's one way to do it. Do a much better job than that. A much better job in the sense where you could have maybe like the hands a little closer, so the hand doesn't have as much of that fog effect, but her head is further back, so maybe that does have more of it. Just starting to lead into the background. Her leg back here would be the equivalent of like a different range of mountains. So her back leg would be slightly lighter. Because of that. Those little mountains, dunes, whatever this is. More blue here as well. And yeah, like it's really solid. It's gonna be all in the ambience, in the air, to sell the scale in this case. So a little bit more of that. Like I probably added too much, and you can add back some of the details here, like closer to the ground, maybe. Where stuff is a little closer here. But that's that for like the scale part. It's just air, more air. And when it comes to her anatomy, legs in the water, right on. It looks good. You did a really good job here. Yeah, those fingers, if they're in the water, probably wouldn't see much of them. Because yeah, you look at any body of water at like closer to the horizon, it's mostly like perfectly reflective, so you're not gonna see anything that goes inside. That's why you don't see like the bottom of the the bottom of boats when they're sailing on the water. All the reflection kind of makes that impossible. It's the same idea here. Kind of like the leg just disappears. Yeah, I like it a lot. They did a really good job here. Very pretty image. Love the reflection in the water. Yeah, maybe I would have had like some extra details, like for the hair. It could be cool, like the hair kind of in front of the light source, like we saw a little bit earlier. It gets really bright orangey. Maybe more of that, like maybe some of the hair is kind of flowing in the wind. But yeah, any case, Dina, excuse me. Awesome stuff. Hope that helps. Moving on to spending too long. So tried out a portrait this week. Before I started doing a full body illustration, I wanted to make sure my faces were in good shapes before then. So tell me what you think. Hair still isn't my strong suit. Any tips? How would you make this better? What's up, James, man? That was good. That's really good. Love the shading on the face. I mean, it looks almost like a 3D model. Yeah, that's really good. So maybe a little bit more shadow here on the forehead, but really nice. So I don't think you have much issues with the faces themselves. Face looks great. The way that you simplified everything, yeah, super stylized, but it's like whatever amount of brush strokes that you have on there, it does the trick. There we go, no problem here. Maybe the ears, I would work on those. Ears feel pretty small for her face. The shape is also a little wonky. And a little flat looking too, so yeah, just working on your ears a little bit more, I think would be worth it. And then maybe a little bit of definition here on the neck, because unless you're pretty fat, you always see, especially like like she doesn't look fat at all, so you would probably notice a lot of these details here in the, like these, like the base of the sternomastoids, and a little bit of the larynx, because it's not just a tube going down. There is quite a lot going on here in the neck, so just suggesting maybe a little bit of that. Maybe here, shading goes a little bit higher. Contouring the larynx. Just a little bit more anatomy information around the neck. I think that's gonna go a long way, because your face looks pretty realistic, even though it's stylized. And so with that, you need accurate anatomy. Otherwise, just go stylized all the way. Don't follow anything. So just look at my face right now. Dark, pretty light on the neck. So it's really going to be like consider the face as a sphere and the neck as a cylinder, and really assemble it that way. So you're gonna get sphere here. Beautifully painted, and cylinder behind that. So cylinder a little smaller, but really that's what you're dealing with here in terms of like the most abstract way to represent the shading. The chin will have the shadow, and then the neck behind it is just minding its own business. It's going straight down, and so yeah, a little bit lighter here. At the base, not as much shadow as what you have. Maybe a little bit more, but don't have another layer for that. Oh well. Whatever. Look it up. It's more like it, but it's not quite accurate yet. And then yeah, you might also have a little bit of shadow because of that popped color. So yeah, face looks great, nice and smooth. Shading on the neck, I'll check that. Probably the shading on her jacket too. Looks pretty flat right now. So if the light is coming from the side here, like it is, you can brighten that up a bit. Everything that's facing that way, get a little brighter. Inside here, top of the shoulder probably. And the hair we're asking about. The hair looks pretty good, but I would treat it like just like that again. So treat it like just a soft cap. So shade like the mass of the hair as like one piece. Kind of like that. Void of details. Just kind of like the overall shape that you want for it. Beautiful. Shade that the same way that you shaded the rest, so that the lighting remains consistent on that as well. And then you go in there and have some fun detailing that, splitting the hair into different locks and adding detail where it needs to be. So usually it's going to be like closer to the hairline, as you can see here. Closer to the hairline, and as it goes towards the back of the head, usually the details gets a little bit more fuzzy for portraits, especially, and even more especially if you blurred the background, because then the back of the head will likely be a little bit blurred as well, and so yeah, you get a little bit more fuzz in the back here. But that's the approach, at least that I recommend. That helps. Moving on to Lax. That's probably not your name, but what's up? So this is something I'm working on for some friends. I feel like there's a lot wrong here, and I need help with the 20% of those things that will make 80% of the difference at this point. Right on, dude. Let's check this out. New layer. All right. Let's see first what's happening here so that we can make that more clear. So there is a dragon. What is the dragon doing? So I would need a little bit more background information on this particular painting to really know what's happening. It doesn't look like they're together. I don't think they're lovers. Maybe they are. And then what is this magical thing here? Magical tentacle. Where is this coming at? I'm guessing it's from the dragon, because the dragon's a little bit glowing, a little bit yellow. That's more yellow. That's probably the dragon. But why not use his hand? Or maybe he's like controlling her? Made her lose her maul, her club. So, what will make the biggest difference here? There you go. There you are. I need help. I need you to let me know, what is the dragon doing? Dragon Shaman channels the I see. But why is this flying? It looks like she kind of lost that. Almost feels like the dragon said, "No, don't touch that." Ow! And then she lost her weapon. That's what I'm reading, like initially. Obviously that's probably not it, now that you said that. Okay, so she's controlling the dragon. What are the powers that she gets from that? She gets stronger? Or can she control the dragon? So if this is not a real dragon, because it looks like it is right now, but it's just not shaded yet. If it's not a real dragon, if it's just like the spirit of a dragon. Okay, I think I have a better idea. So yeah, if the dragon is just kind of like a ethereal, is that the word? Like not present, like more like a ghost shape, ghost form. Um, I think that might help to sell it. Yeah, so if the dragon was like slightly translucent, I think maybe that'd be a little bit more obvious. Because right now it looks like he's there, right? It looks solid. It looks like he's just behind her and he's about to jump her. So what if Mr. Dragon spell? Oh. So is she like conjuring that weapon? Is it like a magical weapon that she kind of just brought to the world thanks to those powers? So one thing when it comes to illustrations, right? You have to consider that you have to sell it to make it so that almost like a young kid, like 5-year-old, would be able to understand it. Otherwise, there's always going to be people like me that just look at this and like, I don't know what's going on. So like when you have a lot of stuff like this going on, like when she's kind of controlling or using the dragon's powers to summon something, that's like 3 layers deep. That's pretty complex already. Just her being able to control the dragon's powers, that's already pretty hard to illustrate. Like I would have her in like a cool pose that looks kind of like a dragon, like a, I don't know, like a, you know, imposing pose, and the dragon maybe like behind her, but like translucent, almost like a ghost form, but clearly not there, just kind of just, yeah, like a ghost behind her, kind of looking over her, and her using, yeah, those same powers, like using the same colors that the dragon has in that spirit form. So you have the right idea here for that. But just that alone would be kind of hard to sell, where people will be all the time looking at it and be like, oh yeah, she's controlling the dragon's powers. You know, that's a complex story to convey. So that's the only thing I have with this one here. Like, now to add on top of that, the weapon that she's using those powers to summon, that's deep, dude. That's deep. Maybe. So to help, for sure, I feel like the weapon would need to be the same color, so that the same like dragon color, like an energy or like a ghost form for the weapon, so that, you know, we can already make the link that, all right, so that's the magic, and that weapon is made out of the same magic. Got it. Yeah, maybe she could just hold it, but it'd be like a. Let me do the dragon first here. So dragon bro, you're gonna get translucent AF. A great amount to speed things out. And I just stabbed myself with my pen and now I'm bleeding. What the hell? Dangerous. I need to sue welcome. Word selection, delete that. Help make that dragon glow. Glow. Glowy, glow. Nope. Too many damn colors. Get out of here. Trying to find something that doesn't look like real shading. It looks a little crazy right now. Give me a second. We'll sort this out. You're too damn dark. Brown. trying to make this feel real magical, so that there's no doubt this is not real. It's more like a ghost. Let's try that. Could probably do a better job, but let's give this a shot. Maybe the eyes are glowing real bright, and then we add a little bit of glare around this stuff to indicate that he's glowing. Do overlay. Outside of it. That's part of it. Yeah. Okay. Glow, dragon. Glow. Glow, damn you. And maybe instead of having like this kind of tentacle, because it looks more like he's controlling her because of that, you know, like kind of guiding her hand. So maybe her hand could just be glowing with that same glow. I think people will make the connection. Say that's her hand. I like the tip of her fingers, nice and glowy. Just trying things out here. Who knows what this is gonna end up like. Let's get rid of you as well. So a little a little rough of a fix, but way too rough, right? But just trying to organize stuff so that the story comes across. I think that's the most important here. Maybe something like that, and then you would probably want this to be the focal point. That's what you just created. Really proud of this. I made it. See, it looks like complete, nonsense right now, but at least I think it feels like the connection is a little bit more clear. Like you don't even need to have that stuff here. Just be the dragon behind. Could be just like a big dragon head behind her too. It could just be the head, like big, like she's sourcing from that. Although like you did the whole thing, so might as well keep it in there. But anyway, so that's for the story. So let's take a look at the more technical side here. There we go. The dragon looks great, so I don't think I have much to say about the dragon. Nice dragon, real nice. Yeah, I would just for the shading, since you went and did it, I would try to imagine everything more as simpler volume. Does like the neck, you know, what does that remind you of? Cylinder. And so how you shade a cylinder, because it doesn't look like there's a real any distinctive light source in here, so that makes things easier. So just shading that as a good old cylinder, and then after that, you know, once it's like shaded rough, after that you can add the details, but making sure that the sides of that cylinder are a little bit darker, and that's the center is what is a little bit brighter, just like a sphere, you know, like you would shade a sphere like that. Center a little darker, center a little lighter, edges a little darker. Same idea with a cylinder. And then the head itself, like what you can treat the whole thing here as just one piece, just for your first pass of shading. So maybe the side here, side of the jaw is a little darker, just like the side of the sphere. Top of the head a little darker, just like the side of that sphere as well. And then the whole chest area, whole thing here, shaded more like a sphere, like the back there, shoulder darker, belly a little darker, and up there a little lighter, just so that you can convey more of the volumes that way. Yeah, and after that, once it's shaded rough, kind of like the sphere right here, let's see, I'm done with it. Then after that, you can go in there and like add those details like the scales, and then almost like you can treat those scales as the same thing again. Maybe the bottom of those scales is more like the bottom of that sphere. Goes a little darker maybe. Same thing here. Yeah, some pretty cool shading with just kind of like this basic logic. For any type of glow, you know, this doesn't look like glow. Any type of glow, use layer style or like blending style, whatever. Either overlay or hard lights. You can't really go wrong with those two. If the scene is too dark, overlay is not going to work as well. So then hard lights would do the trick. But use that glow, because when it's not glow, it just looks like it doesn't look like extra light. It just looks like paint in the background. And with glow, it looks like magic. Overlay, let's try it. Is it light enough? Because when you just paint the color, it doesn't add the light. It just colors the thing. But when you paint with overlay, when you paint with hard light, it actually adds more light to the pixels. It overlays more light. And so it looks like it's gonna glow like crazy. That's too much, obviously, but now I feel like it's glowing at least. Yeah, so same thing here. Any glow works better. Hard light or overlay mode. And then for her face, I think there's just like her right eye a little too high. I think just drop that a bit. I think that's gonna work better. Because the rest of the face is nice. Nice structure overall. You can treat the nose again like a sphere. You know, this part here brighter. As it goes away from us, around the curve of the nose up here, it gets darker on the other side. So no need to touch the cheek. Just the top of the nose here could be a little darker. Make it pop a little bit more. Same thing with the nostrils here. Opening of the mouth, like all this stuff is. Oops. Yeah, let's move on. Hope that helps a little bit. I want to see what you do with this. I'm really curious how you push that. You're welcome, Ryan. Hannah. So Hannah, I don't know that I'll have much to say about that. That's really good. Like, this reminds me of what some of my friends are doing in the animation industry. You know, like designing characters. That could be that. Simple, stylized, but good foundation. So yeah. So the rest from art, because I haven't taken much of a break since before the start of the year. Anyways, here's something a little different from usual. Quick character design intended for animation. Oh, there we go. There we go. So the character is supposed to be an awkward art student. All right, so we can talk about that, maybe the personality. But art-wise, like just technically speaking, that could be, could be professional work. Just how clean it is and just how you simplified everything. Awesome stuff. He's supposed to be awkward, an awkward student. Awkward students are often depicted as like hunched over a little bit, like nerds. like almost always walk in like a submissive pose, you know, like kind of like that, like carrying his books, carrying his backpack, like the hands in front, you know, kind of just hanging there. And then always looking up, like he can't really, like, he'd rather look at the ground. That's what I picture when I think of an awkward kid. Because like maybe this one sells it a bit more. It's just like he feels maybe like a little too fashionable. Like he could easily be a player, you know. So I don't know if that's what you wanted here. Like the little turtleneck here, like form-fitting, you know, like he's dressed nice, a little too nice. His haircut is a little too nice too. I can go like this, and all the girls in the class, So yeah, I think I would work his posture a little bit more. Otherwise, it might not come across as what you want. Characters that have to look up, like that, always makes them feel look more like submissive. No, that looks evil almost. In here, it's almost like he's plotting something. I'm gonna get this kid. I'm gonna steal his lunch. So yeah, I think it's just a pose in here. If you had like a more like a, yeah, kind of just back on himself, you know, kind of thing, like trying to physically protect his feelings, I think that might sell it better. Or you just got a nice little like preppy kid. You know, kind of like the rich kids in class, and you know, he goes out and drives a Lambo. But yeah, other than that, technically speaking, damn, that's clean. Stefana. Right on. So Zinep. So I hope you're doing well. Hell's yeah, I am. Wait a minute, how are we doing on time? 5 to go. More or less 40 minutes. All right, I think we're gonna be fine here. So I started this mermaid piece based on Bouguereau. I don't know who that is, but I need to look him up. Because our dude here, Bouguereau, however you pronounce that, is pretty good. He's pretty damn good, as you would expect from an old master. So it's still rough, but I tried to set the color scene and lighting in the early stage this time. Do you think it's working? I have some questions about the piece. Do you have any tip on painting waves? All right, so hold on. One at a time here. Color scene and lighting. That's nice. Those are pretty much the same colors. One thing that he does though that's real nice, that really anchors everything properly. Oh man, look at those brush strokes. Bruh. It's this. So the slight amount of ambient occlusion that he's got like under the feet here, how dark it is under the glutes. It just grounds everything real nice, and it adds to that range of values. So it goes dark enough and then light enough. I think in your case you're just a little too limited in your range. So you don't go bright enough and you don't go dark enough. I think that's the only thing I would recommend. Make sure that you have this here in between the fingers, goes dark enough. Just like here underneath, very dark. And ends brightness level, I think it's close to white, yeah, almost. So you have quite a bit of range here to go before you hit max level brightness. It go definitely a lot brighter. Back in the days, pale skin was the name of the game. Pale skin was you knew you were you knew you were Jesus. You knew you were rich when you had pale skin, because then you didn't have to work in the field and get all tan like those peasants. Dirty low class peasants. All tan and stuff. So yeah, you can go real bright. But also that's just gonna match the reference better. So that's that. So yeah, question time. Do you have any tips on painting? And like if you hear like crack, that's just my arms. No, I think it's normal. Do you have any things? Do you have any tips on painting waves and water? Tips. Tips seems so simple, but we all know it's not that simple. Yes, I do. Do the opposite of what you did here. In that, I mean, start with solid shapes, flat colors. Maybe a hint of a gradient in there, but start with flat colors. Like sculpt your water first, and then everything else that makes it water, like the reflections on it, the small waves, the reflection mostly here, like the foot reflecting in the shallow water, and then the top of the waves where it breaks, where we get like that foamy water bubbles. Add that later. So initially, just focus on that. Like consider this whole thing here. Start with that. A wall of water. Boom. No detail, nothing. Super boring. Just lay this out properly where it's gonna go. And add the other layer, maybe like the other wave next to it. Changing the colors, obviously, as you go further back, so that not all the waves look like they're the same shade. Yeah, I'll treat each of these here. Pick the darkest color, because that's it's closer to the real color than it should be. Everything that's lighter, that's just reflections. So for this, you might start with super simplified, but you might start with something like that in this particular painting. And then after that, once you have something that looks all right, that kind of looks like the shade of blue that I want to use, then you can start to add a little bit more shading to get that curve more more visible. So painted this on a new layer. Marc, you never learn. You fool. So, yeah, so here where the water gets more, when there's a thicker layer of water, you get more darkness. So it's kind of counterintuitive in that sense. You might think that, you know, since the wave is kind of going like this, you'd get less light under here. That's kind of true, but the effect of the depth of the water, I think, is more intense. You see that first. Darker water here. There's more water. More of it. And then less light means less water. It's thinner. It's closer to breaking point. Start like that. And do the same thing for these back there too. So yeah, already it's starting to look like something. Then you can start to roughly add in kind of the foam and build it up. You know, like not too dark, not too bright first. A little bit more. And then more and more. And then you whip out your custom brushes to get like all the splashes. And then finally you can add those smaller details, those little tiny waves in the big waves. Stuff that's gonna indicate better the scale of the waves, that kind of stuff. But it's all in the values. Waves, all values, not so much the texture. So get values correct first, and you should get decent results. So we're gonna, pen, come back to life. There we go. So for the tail, real quick, yeah, that it's weird that it gets thicker, you know. It's like the tentacle of like an octopus, and like they start small and then they get big and then small, like that. It's just weird tentacles, you know. Usually it starts bigger and then gets narrower, like just like the tail of a fish. So I would shave off some of that stuff here. It gets thinner and thinner as you go towards the tip. Pretty long tail, maybe shorter, would have more strength to actually swim. Otherwise, like, too much drag maybe. But anatomy wise, anatomy is probably what's the best in here. I think you did a good job. Maybe since she's leaning on her shoulders, what happens is that the shoulders go up like that because you're pushing against them, and so this one is up, that one's, you nailed it here, but the other one's a little too low. I would bring that up here a little bit higher. It looks more sassy too. But yeah, other than that, the anatomy looks pretty good. What helps? Moving on to Renee. Really. So I hope you're doing well. No, I hope you're doing well. And this is a tree spirit. Parasitize, whatever, by cuckoo birds, but he didn't know his real identity. He was raised by cuckoo birds. I haven't finished the character design, but I still want to know your opinion. Let me look up a cuckoo. Oh, that's it? Is that a cuckoo? Cuckoo. Are those the two types of birds? Or is this a baby? What's a cuckoo? Oh, that was it. Alright. So it kind of looks like a normal bird. Normal brown bird that hangs out in the trees. Maybe a little more fancy. I see. Okay. Tree spirits. And then he's got a bunch of parasites that are the cuckoos. So it's kind of like the cuckoos. Cuckoos are his mom and dressing him up because he can't dress him up. He can't dress himself up. So he takes on all their properties. I see. It's a cool idea. I don't know that you'll be able to sell that it's inspired by that particular bird, because it's kind of an average looking bird. There's not a whole lot that's distinct about it, and maybe like bird connoisseurs right now are just rolling their eyes. What a fool. Just so unique. But yeah, probably most people won't be able to tell that it's that particular bird. Although it is a cool source of inspiration. You know, there's a lot that you can take from here. So maybe like types of pattern, the colors, for sure the feathers. It looks super cool. Love how you implemented kind of the tree part in here. Like it doesn't really look like real feet. It looks kind of like, you know, like a makeshift foot, but totally appropriate for that nature spirit. But he's not a human after all. He's a spirit, and it makes him look just a little unique, a little off-putting. Like, oh, you're different. I really like this outfit. I really like what you did with it, but I prefer how different this one is. It's almost feels like maybe if you swap the top, you know, like you put that top here. I love how this kind of flares out a lot. Makes him look pretty imposing, but clearly super thin. And so he just looks like this. Reminds me of like an emperor, you know, like Emperor of Japan or something. Really flashy clothes. Makes him look important. Yeah. Nice proportions. I don't know what to tell you, Brunet. With so the bird, how could you add more of that? I think it'd be, yeah, maybe like it's got. Let me look at cuckoos again. What the hell is unique about this bird that we could feature in your design? Yellow-billed cuckoo. All right, so 2 colors. So that's interesting. Maybe like a part of his outfit, like in the front, maybe that could be white, and then like the cover on top of it, like the other layer could be more like a brown with oh, that's super cool, like the tail like this, like black with white dots. All right. Cuckoos are more interesting than I thought. Yeah, so maybe like looking at this here, maybe like the thing in the center. Maybe like this whole thing here, just lighter. Or maybe it could just be like a bib, almost like an apron in the front. Or like a lot, yeah, kind of like the leaves, but more. You know, I feel like maybe that's still too small. It looks more like jewelry, less of a like design influence, like part of being an integral part of the design. So it goes bigger, taking more space. That white part in the front here. And then maybe like the ends of it here, you have like some cool patterns. Maybe that's too literal, but I feel like this pattern has something to do with it. Maybe not there, maybe that's too busy. Maybe it would work better. Maybe this type of layout for the design would work better on this guy. And this type of outfit here. The center part is all white. And these two flaps on the side are kind of on top of that. So he's wearing kind of like a white shirt almost underneath. Maybe feather neck thing here. Maybe look like a mouse. Then could be white here in the middle too. And then maybe he's got the one. Maybe he's the one that has the dark spots below here. Or it could start all black and kind of just transitions into blue through these yeah, it could be like a pattern. Maybe the sleeves have that too. Maybe they get darker here. And you get this circle of colors adding to the gradient. I don't know, just a few recommendations, but yeah, I like this direction a lot. I would just inspire yourself more from the cuckoo. As we've discovered, cuckoos are quite unique. They have cool features. But specifically like this kind of stuff here, like at the tail, that was really nice. I think there's something to do with this. Maybe like the beak too, like having some yellow parts in here, like a yellow billed cuckoo. Maybe he's got like a little necklace that has that kind of shape. That looks a little too silly, but maybe it's part of the belt or something that's yellow. Maybe it's just like one of the trims here on the outfit. Add a little splash of color in there. In any case, I hope that helps you. Really cool stuff. Beautiful tree too, man. Look at that. Moving on to Valeria. What's up? I tried to make a quick concept of a robotic scout pathfinder. How can I improve this design? One more question. I created this design mostly using photo bashing. Is this acceptable when I have a little time? Or do I always need to actually draw the line art? Well, how can I answer this? Depends for what? Depends on the goal. If you're in a production environment, that's what you're asking. And if you need to crank out stuff fast, and if you're good at photo bashing, that it saves you time. Like if you're quick at it, then hell yeah, totally, you should totally do that. Because you're being paid to pump out stuff, to pump out designs. So if you're getting paid to create a bunch of designs, then create as many as you can. Take whatever shortcuts you can. You can draw on existing people. You can draw on you grab a photo of somebody, just like it looks like you grabbed like part of models, whatever. That works too. But you could grab like a real person and just draw the clothes on them, different clothes, whatever. That can do it too. So in a production environment, cheating is like the name of the game. Any way that you can cheat to go faster, that you're rewarded for that. Now, as a portfolio piece, maybe not as much. So like it would have to be, yeah, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen any like photo bash concept art from a non-professional that would belong in a portfolio. I'm sure there are, but I haven't seen any. It must be a lot more rare. If a professional does it, if they're used to doing that, used to getting a lot out of very few steps, then they can probably create something awesome with just a few kid bash photos. But yeah, as a portfolio for somebody that's not a professional yet, I don't know that I would recommend it. Or at least I would recommend that you paint the crap of this you know, you paint over this like crazy afterwards, so that you might have used a little bit of a photo references like this to add something cool to the design. Maybe like make one part more mechanical, where it doesn't need to have too much structure. Or actually, the structure here is pretty good, so like symmetrical on both sides. But I would do more to that, you know. So maybe there's like some extra plates on top of that. That's covering most of it. I would use it at like a minimal amount if it's gonna be a portfolio piece. Because with portfolio pieces, you want to show off your skills. You know, that you can actually do it. And I don't know, maybe like if you spent, you know, a lot more time on this, you could turn this into a really cool concept piece that has a lot of view in it, that has a lot of cool design elements, you know, like a strong hook, good shape language, but still use a little bit of kit bash. Yeah, no problem. The only thing that you don't want is to make it seem like you took a shortcut, and then it looks like you took a shortcut. Because this one kind of looks like this, you know, not in a bad way. You know, that could be a production piece. It could be like the start of a production piece. All right, so you start with this. All right, so what could we add to the, like, I don't know, the NPCs in our cyberpunk game? Maybe they have something like this, and then you slap on some colors. You try different things, but for you as a portfolio piece that, you know, future employers probably expect you to have spent a couple of hours on, you probably want a little bit more than that. Like, how does that bend properly? Is there a cover on here maybe to block these to block dirt, or block, I don't know, like stuff from getting in here? Why is this wide open? Is there a reason? Is there a good reason other than just cause? You know, because that doesn't seem really safe to have all this mechanical stuff exposed, almost like a car driving around without the shell, you know, like everything exposed. Maybe not the best design. How is that bent properly? No feet. Okay, that's fine. But is there a reason why? Is there anything else that's spiky in the design that would maybe make that work better? Maybe she's got like a whip or something. Whee! That is also pointy, that she uses a lot. I don't know. Or maybe she's got like another leg back here, more like 3 legs. Let's draw this again. Let's do 4. It'll be safer. 4 legs. You know, so she walks around like that. Then yeah, that could work. But here it feels more like, yeah, like a few images banded together, and that's about it. You know, so I think you would want to have a little bit more than that. After all, your goal with the portfolio, like once you're in production, whatever you want. But as somebody that's building a portfolio, you want to show off. You want to show off your skills. You want employers to be like, wow, she's good. What the heck? We need that girl. So, and design is a lot of that. It's really tricky to do cool designs without spending much time. Design almost by default takes a lot of time. You just gotta think outside the box. Dig in here. You come up with unique stuff. It takes time. Hold the house. Let me know. Nathan. Oh, bruh. That's more like it. That's a good presentation. Building. Bed down. A little bit of a cool texture on the ground here to indicate the scale better. Hell yeah. Yeah, perfect. Maybe the contrast is a little too much in here, like too black, too white. You can maybe tone that down. Less contrast. Alright, hold on, that's not as good, but. More saturation in here. And then if you have your shadows on a separate layer, I would bump those up now that I did a bunch of stuff to this. But yeah, now we just need those shadows back in there. But what you want to avoid is the lines, you know, in the woods here that you spend time to draw. It looks awesome. You want to avoid them disappearing because it's too dark. Like from the distance here, it just looks like big beams of flat black, not black, but like flat dark gray. So yeah, value-wise, something a little bit more like that would work better, just to convey the amount of details. And then yeah, like from here, we just need to maybe add back a little bit of shadows, just like you had before, because that was super cool. Made it look extra epic. But yeah, goddamn, that building's good. So another medieval building, supposed to be I can't read anything. Oh, there we go. Now it's supposed to be a tavern, an inn. As you can see, it is very much a work in progress. What is it? That's news to me. All right. But I wanted to hear what you think of it. The end goal will be to make several more buildings and finally put them all together. Oh man, that sounds exciting. I want to see that. All those buildings together. Hell yeah. So you're saying that this is not complete? Well, the windows maybe? Because the windows have nothing yet. I don't know, it looks pretty damn polished to me. That was sick, dude. Beautiful construction. Like, really, really solid perspective in here. I love the amount of detail everywhere. Like, you don't go overboard. It's a lot, but it's good. You know, it doesn't look like all those details starting to blend together. They're big enough that we can see them properly everywhere. Yeah, and then on top of adjusting the values here, maybe introducing just a little bit of gradient, and like just like with characters, having something that's a little darker in the bottom towards the ground. You know, we're gonna get maybe like people walking by, like horses walking by, splashing dirt on the walls, like people like splashing water when they walk nearby, like carriages, that kind of stuff, and just water from the rain like splashing on the walls. Less likely to happen towards the top here, so something we could add in there. Darken. Let's add some dirt. But the base of it, you know, the drawing itself, excellent. Hope that helps. Hope that gives you a couple ideas. But yeah, let those details shine, man. Don't hide them. They're too good. Killer stuff. And then there was one, and we almost did it on time. Wow. Shimeng, you're the last one. What do you have in you? Ooh. Alright, so I refined the piece a bit and played around with some gradient maps. I'm pretty clueless about the whole color thing and just follow the color scheme here. Definitely want to refine this more, but wanted your opinion on how to best do this. If it were me, I would change those colors just a little bit. Like slide this to the left or to the right just a bit so that, get away from that. Just so that you don't have that color as one of the candidates. Cause that color, that damn color, God, is it ugly. Ugly doo-doo. But sure, you know, other than that, triads. Let's go. So yellow, cyan, and red. Or yellow, blue, and red. So your color, your dominant color in here seems to be the blue. So the blue is a little bit more saturated than the other ones, and it's more unique. The other ones are a little bit closer together, so the blue is going to stand out more. So the color that stands out more, the key color, should go around your focal point, because that's going to be where you want people to look at first. And the color that's different is going to stand out more because it's different. And so, yeah, you would have maybe in this case the hair could be blue. You know, that's really close to the focal point. And she's getting like the hair and like the part of the tentacles maybe. Like maybe the blue hair turns into like different colored tentacles, just so that it's not blue everywhere. Or the dress could be blue. That's another option. So real quick, let's quickly apply some gradient maps in here, just to give you an idea of how you could do this. I mean, here you could also choose a different color to be the dominant color, so it could be red, and then the blue would be a little bit more subdued, the yellow as well. Like if you chose red, then you would have like a more greenish blue, or greenish yellow, and a slightly warmer green. Anyways, enough talking, more gradients. Enough talking, more gradient mapping. So let's go with maybe with the blue dress. So she's gonna, boom, there we go. Don't need to change anything else. That's good gradients. Ship it. Next, the tentacles, real quick. That selection is gonna be a pain. Whee. Of course, we'll add a little bit of gradient after that, but overall, you know, that's how you apply it. So you look at your piece, you look at what's most important in it, and that's what's gonna be colored using the main, your key color, the most saturated, the most vibrant one. Or if all your colors are vibrant, then it might be the one that's not vibrant, the one that kind of stands out from the gang, the one that's different. That's gonna be promoted to hanging out around your focal point. And then all the other colors that are less exciting, more desaturated, then those are going to be found around that, you know, farther away in the scene. So those are the colors that you would use to light up the background, to color the background, that kind of stuff. Of course, you don't have to follow this 100%. Like the tentacles, you know, like I'm going to be using probably more colors than this, but that's a good place to start to kind of arrange the elements in your piece in a way that makes sense. Well, all right, so I think we got most of them. So let's pop in a new gradient map. Those tentacles are gonna be maybe like pinkish. What do I have in here? Maybe something like that, but pinker. slowly but surely getting somewhere. Highlights a nice salmon color. Get in here, salmon. Let's go with that. And then, and what kind of color do we have left? So the hair, yeah, the hair. So the hair could start maybe like the darker shade of that. Maybe that would work. Turning into a lighter tentacle. Gradients real quick. Am I good on time? Because this is gonna shut down in about 9 minutes. Gotta hurry up. Race against the clock. Or maybe she's got more vibrant hair, so this is better to attract the attention there. Maybe the red is the dominant color. Maybe we can swap things around a bit. No, I'm gonna respect what it's gonna do. Colors and stem gradients. There we go, something like that. And then I'm gonna blend that gradient into the rests, tentacles. And then finally, for everything else, let's do Control A and unselect these things. You can create a gradient for everything else. Maybe like a dark, warm-ish cave. Oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe a little darker in the back here. Contrast. What was that color like? Oh no. Like light yellow? Yeah, something like that. Let's do that. That's not bad either. Maybe a little bit more blue in here. Maybe that's where we can use that dirty poo-poo yellow. Kind of like the in-between. This works better because it's more blue. Yeah, let's keep that. Whatever, it doesn't need to be perfect after we do gradients, because then we can always add more details to this. So coming from the top here, we want a lot of lights. Hard lights. What were those colors again? There we go. Don't need a gradient map everywhere. You're asking. I was wondering if you had any tips about the background too, if you have time. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work on here. So making like the area here around the light source a lot like much warmer, and then the rest of the scene, like in the back, that's where you would have a lot of your cooler colors. So kind of like this, you know, like cooler, something that's opposite of yellow usually works pretty well. So that's why like light, super, not light, but dark desaturated purple. It's a pretty good match for this. Now she looks like a Simpson, but yeah, disregard the yellow limbs here. And now this dress is crazy, so let's add a little bit of a gradient on here. Guess it is darker down here after all. But, you know, so really quick, you know, no polish, nothing. But that could be a way to apply it. You could swap the colors around, whatever. But you can easily, you know, have a lot of options this way, and then it's just a matter of changing the gradients to get something different. And you have your selections here, anyways. So maybe some of these tentacles should be getting a little bit more light. Easy. Maybe this one here is lit more directly. Maybe that one too. Maybe that one too. Maybe that one too. Maybe not this part. Start to organize this mess here. Make sense of it. But yeah, anyways, let's stop here so that I can say goodbye without being cut off. But I hope that helped. Shemang, really cool stuff. So we're looking forward to see what you do with the colors here. The base image, it's perfect. You know, it holds up really well here when applying gradients. So yeah, hopefully you're gonna have some fun with that. And hope for everybody else that might not have submitted anything, hopefully some of that stuff still applied to your art and you got something out of it. And yeah, need to hurry. For everybody, hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Hope you have a good creative week ahead of you, and I hope to see you guys next week for more art feedback. I'm gonna go eat something cause I'm starving. And good stream, had a lot of fun. Plan for the rest of the night. Watching F1 qualifying. I need to catch up on that. That's my evening. And but it's 11, so probably eat and do that and then go to bed. So that's it. Hope to see you guys next week. Have a good one.